Test. Test. All right. Okay. Let's see what we want to do. I think we want to go English for this test because people have been telling me that England's no longer very good. So I'm going to test that, make sure that the country is working well. Alright, we will get started. I think I'm going to put it on Brigadier on the middle tier difficulty and play England, and let's test it out. In terms of what's changed, sorry, I keep clearing my throat. We've redone Act 3, so they now have the marauding armies. That's a new thing. So they no longer have patrols in Act 3. There's marauders, and they burn down settlements that you have to try to take out. You can set your default ammo type, so I'm definitely going to play around with that. We got some new doctrines, among all the other changes on the changelog. But that's what's new with today's beta. So we're going to jump in and test it out. I have historical enemies turned off, so we can face anybody we want to. There's a new doctrine right there. New brigade and reservist cost 10% less. So that could be useful for England, because a brigade is 20% more costly. So we could grab that, because that's going to save us money. And reservists are also cheaper. So that's not bad. Schomburg Lippe Artillery covers an artillery unit for us. British artillery is typically bad, so getting one good one could be nice as well. That's not a bad one. Horse Grenadier Guards with combat effectiveness sounds nice. Melee damage received. And Bukaberg also sounds pretty good. I think I might do this just for the sake of playtesting it, right? So let's try out a new doctrine and see how it is. And we're fighting the Prussians and Austrians, which is interesting. I think some of the random generation changed, so it's more common that you'll face like coalitions, like 2 armies instead of just 1, which makes the region more interesting, I think. I'm excited to see how if you rebalance GBR. It's similar to my Tyrian faction. Mod and stats. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think I will rebalance anything, but people have been telling me it's not good anymore, so I'm going to see how powerful they are. It's hard to know, though, because this is also a beta, so I don't know if it's going to be the beta that's difficult or the British faction specifically, but I've been playing the beta a decent amount this week and last week, and as Prussia, I did pretty good with the Freikorps, so I can kind of directly compare it against that. I actually cleared Act 1 on hard with only 2 brigades, just because you can play tall a little bit easier now, and I'm assuming I'm going to have to do that with England as well. I think probably people struggle with England because they don't play into its buff, and I bet they're pretty reliant, because they only have 3 units and really expensive brigades. They're pretty reliant on doubling the veterancy and drill stance, so I think I use this a lot when I play England, and I think other people maybe don't, because I can get this guy up to a veteran fairly quickly. Anyways, let's get a Highlander equipped with his stuff. Charge and accuracy. I think it's worth using all these items. Accuracy, reload, more accuracy. And I do like the veterancy gain. Do we value getting up to level 6 or getting up to 5 and 6? Probably the 5 and 6 to get a foot guard, to rush the foot guard early. So we'll grab that. It also gives them morale so that they're a bit closer together. You can also now toggle whether you want the bayonet equipped, which in this case, it could be cool to have the English soldier go in with no bayonet, but keep the Highlander just to get a little extra accuracy, since this reduces our accuracy, but we want it higher. So that's not bad. I'm going to turn the secondary ammo type on by default for the Dragoon once we get him buckshot, because that'll be useful for him. And yeah. Let's fight our opening battle. Let's see what we get. Probably want to go prisoners. Get the reservists up. We got 4,800 Nesuvians for accuracy, with a lot of Crownlanders and 1 cav. By the way, this is a new computer, so let me know if any of the sound settings are wrong or anything like that. I had to reinstall OBS. Can you change those bayonet ammo settings once you get into battle? Yes, you can. So take a look at the British. I told them not to use the bayonet equipped, but look, I can just turn it back on. So it's just the default tells them to prioritize getting the accuracy when they load into battle. So I think that's kind of cool. We are going to move up, probably take the forest. And, yeah. We'll have these guys exposed, and that's okay. Granby's got also a new secondary trait. What is it? Morale? That's great. That's very nice. What's my combat effectiveness? 120% combat effectiveness. So the British are very good because of that. See, we want to keep these guys in the morale, because that the command radius, because that morale is very high now. Dijon, I think the Coldstream Guards are in the game, I believe. I think they are. Okay, the enemy is forming very thin lines, too. The change to starting with or without secondary ammo and bayonets is great. Yeah, I think I never touch buckshot and canister often, even though they're really effective, just because I don't like to do the micro. So if that's automated, I mean, that's huge. Again, we want to keep everybody in command radius to get the combat effectiveness buff. There we go. And people are also saying the British accuracy isn't really that powerful anymore, but look at the morale damage. I mean, 2 volleys these guys are going to break. So I don't really see the issue with Britain right now, but maybe I'll see it later once we have to fight a larger battle. But look, I already routed them. Just quite easy to do. And I'll turn to face these guys next. I'll let the cav run in and finish those guys off on impact. Once they fire, I'll charge them. Wow, they're so slow to reload. I'll just charge them. I think I'll make it. Yeah. Is the reload debuffed? Nah, I think the Austrians just have bad reload speed. And let's deal with these guys. By the way, people were commenting on the last stream. A bunch of people left a comment saying that... not a bunch of people, but there were 2 comments that said that the beta made the... from watching me, the betas made the game look too fast and click-fest. But the game is slower than it is in the default branch, so if you think this is a click-fest, then I don't know what you would call the default branch, but look, even the melee is slower. Everything is slowed down. So I think people may have said that because I was playing almost exclusively on the fastest game speed, like this. And so it looks very frantic like that. But it's also because I made the game, so I kind of know... Oh, I didn't know they broke. So I kind of know how to play very well, and I know how to exploit things in ways that other players probably don't, so I can play it on higher speeds. And I don't have micro problems. But it's totally fine to play on regular speed. But I mean, this is much slower. Before, Highlanders would just instantly shatter a recruit on impact, and now they actually have to fight for just a few seconds. I also saw people discuss on the Reddit that the slowing down melee is a bad decision, but people in the Steam discussion say the melee is too fast. But the issue is, if the melee is too fast, people say the gameplay is unrealistic and arcadey. And if on Reddit people say if the melee is too slow, it's unrealistic, because in real life, when 2 units would charge each other, one side would just run. So that's a tough thing to balance, right? So I think that... I think I prefer slower melees because you can't reflect the idea that guys are getting scared by anticipation of a charge. And even if you did implement something like that, it's very easily exploitable that someone could play into that stat and just scare people as they charge them all the time. And I don't really want to add that to this game so late, so I'd rather just slow the melee down to make it less arcadey, quite frankly. And there's still the case that if a unit is on the verge of breaking and you charge it, they will literally run on impact. Like, the moment you touch them, they're already fleeing. So, I think that's fine. Alright, we have good loot from this. I think we'll get the money so we can rush our second brigade slot. And I'm actually not going to buy the second brigade slot until we can get the doctrine. Will the AI be able to decide whether to equip bayonets? No, they'll just keep them on by default. To be honest, in 99% of cases, the players should just keep the bayonets on, because they barely hurt your accuracy, but they will, especially at higher tiers, they, like 5-5 melee and charge keeps the guy safe from being charged down. -2 accuracy is like nothing. So in like most cases, you should just keep it on. So the AI is just gonna keep that on. Now, if you want to write, Roki, if you want to write a script that does that, I know you've been making a lot of little mods, you can. But yeah, let's replenish. And I think what I'm going to do is leave the main trail and try and rush down our doctrine upgrade as soon as possible. John Coping's for the Highlanders is great. Because look, we're getting a buff to the charge and melee, but losing a little bit of accuracy and reload. That's fine. We could even... Well, no, I think I'll sell the rest of this now. And we need to raid... Damn, that's a tough mission to do with only one brigade. Oh, we're going to have a tough time completing that mission. That's actually very, very tough to get the mobilization. So we're going to have to rock this with 4 brigades for a while if we want to min-max and use that discount. So we're just going to get one more unit here. Probably the Schomburg-Lippe. No, the Schomburg-Lippe is an artillery piece that should go into our 2nd brigade. So we're just going to get like an infantry unit as soon as we can and complete that 4th brigade. Let's see if we get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky in a free unit on these outposts. Okay, this is kind of a crappy event. I have lots of ammo, so I'll fire a warning shot, and I failed. Fuck! Alright, it's a new encounter. Because the friendly depots are way too powerful. I think like half of the encounters that give you a free unit are found in those. So I had to add that mutiny thing recently to kind of balance it out a bit. Will there be an update to font quality? I don't think so, unfortunately. I'm sorry to say. Yeah, let's... Before we sell this, is there any better town that has resale? Uh-oh. Is this just RNG, or is this broken? It is just RNG. Oh, no, there are marauding armies in Act 1. That shouldn't be the case. I will tell Tom that we need to rebuild. Hold on. He spelled Marauder wrong, so I have to keep... Okay, 003, yeah. So, I think we just have to deal with... There shouldn't be 3 giant Mega Marauders. I was wondering why there's so many negative conditions everywhere. But I can't get rid of them, so I think... Oh, look at that, there's like a vertical... I need VSync on, I think, because my FPS, maybe? Let's try now. Yeah, that's fixed. Yeah, that kind of ruins the run, doesn't it, on beta? I don't think I can test. You know what I could do? You know what I could do, actually? Is I can boot up Unity and play the Unity version of the game. Let's do that. Because on the Unity version, I can build my game data and have the correct amount of Marauders, which is 0 in Act 1, 0 in Act 2, but 3 in Act 3. But in the current beta, it's 3 in Act 1, 3 in Act 2, 3 in Act 3 for testing purposes. So we're going to have to restart our run, which is actually fine because our run kind of got screwed by that raiding encounter to get the doctrine. I'll put a post out for people to let them know. There. So, yeah, I guess I could just roll it back. I can just roll the update back. Let me just check. I don't know which... which one it should be. April 6th. Okay, this is it. That should work. So your guys' beta is now fixed from, it's now reverted to yesterday. But what I'll do is I'll just play the Unity version, and the Unity version is probably going to lag a little bit because the game is not built. The game is not built, but that's fine. I have a really good computer, so it should be okay. Otherwise, how's everybody doing? Do you guys, are there any parts of the update that you anticipate the most, that you're like most excited for? I also think, based on our roadmap, by the way, let me just open it up. Based on our roadmap, I think, sorry, I just dropped something. There we go. I think that we're just going to do 2 updates. I don't think we're going to break this into 3. I think it's been 45 days since the last update instead of 30, but we got half of this roadmap done. And so I think we're moving at a pace now where we're doing these 45-day updates that are larger rather than the smaller 30-day updates, and it gives us a little more time to test that way as well. But it looks like that the AI personas are done. A lot of the quality of life is done. A lot of the balance passes are pretty much done. We added the new doctrines. We're going to add new encounters. They're just about ready, so that's just about done. I added new battle maps, but I'm going to add even more, so I'll put a plus sign. And I have not done this part yet. So this is everything that will be in this update. In the update after, we'll get Sweden in, along with the weather plus biome system that'll kind of go together. The weather and the biomes are going to be linked more than I originally anticipated. I thought we would do like region variations, but instead I think we're just going to do like weather biomes. So I'm probably going to link those a bit. And then I'll add a little bit of new content and a little bit of battle maps and a little bit of quality of life and a tiny bit of balancing. And the only other thing is I'm going to get rid of the camp retinue and probably replace this with the general staff for update number 2. So everything in green will be this Friday, and everything in yellow will be the update after. And with the general staff thing, I let people vote, and they preferred... I let them vote on which system they like. They preferred the customizable general. So your player general earns XP over the course of a campaign, levels up to unlock perks, could make the general more impactful, like extending command radius or improving his combat ability. System could also allow light customization, like renaming your general and adding personal details. I think that's pretty needed. It'd be nice to be able to customize the general just like you can your brigade officers. And it would be cool for him to be able to get like perks and stuff and make the general not feel as useless as he does currently in the late game. So I think that's the right way to go. I'm pretty happy with that idea. And so I think we'll do that alongside Sweden. And what'll be kind of nice about that is if you can't afford to purchase the DLC for Sweden, at least there's still a new like mechanic to play with, along with the new weather system that'll be free. So this is the only paid part of that update. And I think that'll complete Season 2, or Roadmap Wave 2. And that is the only major set of updates I have planned from this point on. So I don't have any more planned, which doesn't mean there won't be any more updates for the game. There'll definitely be more patches, but I don't know if we'll do major updates past that. I think we have to just see how the DLC performs, because the game revenue is kind of settling at a rate where it wouldn't make sense for us to continue like full-time development. Again, it doesn't mean we can't do like patches and updates and stuff, but I can't do like full-time content expansions once the kind of like active player count and the revenue dips beyond a certain point. Just financially speaking, it doesn't make sense to do that. Obviously, the game made a lot of money at first, but I want to use that money to fund a sequel without having to take a publisher or an investor. So that'd be the advantage there of using that money for that. But if I blow through all of that cash just supporting this game, but I'm not earning that money back, then it means there can't be a sequel or anything, right? I would just shut down after working on this, which doesn't make sense. So I think I've got to find that right kind of balance, but hopefully the DLC sells well enough to maybe renew like one more wave or season, whatever you want to call it, of content. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And I am planning, though, on like leaving the game in its best possible state with the Sweden update. So not this Friday, but 45 days after, which will be like the end of May. That's when like Sweden will be in. And I think that'll be the most stable and content rich that the game will have been. And I'll be happy leaving it at that if we do decide to. Marauders, that's not good how it is. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Is the second update still planned for late? Yeah, I think end of May is probably for the next update, but this update will probably be Friday. What price are you intending for Sweden? I think, you know, I actually don't know. I have no idea. It won't be more than... Well, it'll be below $20. I know that. And I'm also going to include some other content that you guys don't know about in it, so that Sweden is more interesting. So there's going to be like an added thing to it. If it was just Sweden on its own and I didn't add like any new mechanics or like any new content or like that secret content I was talking about, then this is probably worth like $7.99 or like $9.99. That's kind of the range. But because I've got this other plan, which I'll tell you guys about probably the release week, just for fun, I'll just keep it a secret. It's nothing too big, but it's something that's fun. Then I could see the price being slightly higher as a result. But maybe we do a discount as well to it. But again, I can't tell you the price until you have the full story of what's going to happen. So let's keep everything kind of secret for now. The game was great as it is before all the amazing updates with these waves. I feel like you'll have done everything right. Right time to move on. Yeah, I think so too. Is the dismount completely... I think dismounting is discontinued. But if we did another DLC, I can pretty much almost like 90% guarantee that if we did another DLC after Sweden, that we would introduce dismounted cavalry with it. But for this update, we probably won't. Yeah, I don't think so, unfortunately. But yeah, Alex, I think once we get Sweden in with these next two big updates, I think the game's going to be in a very good state, and it'll be even more replayable. You're going to have more... If you compare what it's going to be like with the Sweden update from when it first released, there's going to be like double the amount of maps since it first released, all the new units we've added, the new nations alongside like the HRE, a bunch of quality of life stuff, lots and lots of balance passes to improve the combat and make the game flow better. The whole overhaul to Act 3 that's going to make the finale much more interesting. The whole weather system plus personalities, both of which are going to be... Basically, the personalities add modifiers to the enemy, and then the weather's going to add modifiers to you. So this is going to make... You can mix and match personalities and weathers that are going to add all different kind of... what if, like, there was a weather that gave you really slow move speed, plus the AI. So everybody moves really slow, but the AI's got artillery. So now you're slowly trying to get to the artillery guns before they bomb you. And that there's, like, fun ways that those can interact. And so I think the weather plus personalities is going to make the battles way more replayable, in addition to the fact that we're chipping away with adding like 2 maps every single update, and that's just building up over time, that when you compare that all the way with the original release, we had like 10 maps in the game, and now I think we're coming up on 20. And I'm just going to keep adding and adding and adding. So I think that once we leave it at that at late May, it's going to be in a really good state, and then we can let the game sit for a while And if the revenue picks up and the player base picks up a bit, maybe we can justify one more wave after that. But I do want to eventually get to working on a sequel because I think you guys will really like what we have planned for it. Yep. But I can't give you the price for Sweden just yet because there's more to it than that as a DLC. It's not just like adding in one nation and just being done with it. Like there's more stuff that's kind of surrounding it that's going to come in that I can't tell you about yet. And so that might raise the price. So we'll see. We shall see. All right. I want to do Britain and test that again. And we'll play on Brigadier. And we'll try this again. And keep in mind again that I'm playing in Unity, so I might get like performance drops because the game is not actually, I'm not running a game build, I'm running it within the program itself. All right. Item slot cost minus 25%. Now that could be good if we want to play into Coldstream guards with item slots to play tall. That could be kind of cool. How about this? Do you guys want me to get the commissariat doctrine and play tall with the cheaper item slots, or roll until I find the one that discounts the brigade cost and play wide as Britain and try to build like a larger British army that's also professional? So I can go tall or try to play Britain wide. What do you guys think? I would probably say it would be more interesting to see if we can pull off a tall Britain, because most people say you have to get 5 brigades, otherwise you lose. So I would like to see what it's like to stay small. I think that works, right? Okay, we'll go tall Britain with the item slot cost. Honestly, Hessians would be great for the Reformed Commissariat. I'd be interested in the sequel if it had co-op. We're exploring that right now, but my issue is I don't think it would be fun, unfortunately. Because I was looking into, like, the direction we're going is more Mountain Bladey with the campaign. And if you try to get co-op in that, it's just a little hard to get to make it, like what happens if one player's in a battle and the other player's doing stuff elsewhere? Like, does he freeze the whole game, or does that battle... You know, one player could be in the battle then while the other person's on the campaign, and if the other person's on the campaign for a while and the battle takes 45 minutes, imagine you get back to the campaign map and 10 years have passed. You know what I mean? Not 10 years, but like, you know, like a lot of time could pass. And so I think it makes it really hard unless you slow down the campaign massively, but then the other player is not having fun. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's like the dilemma that makes things tough. You guys made my day with the release of the game. I'm glad you are enjoying it, if you've liked it. All right, British foot will go accuracy. And spontoon will go with this. And then we need to go knock out the forts quick. Actually, I want to get the Coldstream, so we're going to fight this battle. And we're going to rush our objectives. I think that's maybe where people go wrong with Britain. Because when I play England, I hyperfixate on the objectives first. Because my army is so small, but it's so potentially powerful that I like to try to get all those objectives knocked out ASAP before I even start engaging the patrols. And maybe if people just run straight into patrol armies with their 3 units, maybe that's where they're struggling. So I could see that. Maybe I should play as a normal player would, and not as a min-maxer like myself would. And maybe that's how I could get a better perspective on things. Because my inclination, if we get the item slot discount plus Coldstream guards, is that I rush the objectives, grab that Coldstream unit, we'd have 4, grab the item discount, and all the loot we've been stacking up from probably like resolving encounters, we can just buy all those item slots that we want. Is something not working? Oh, what is not working? Component store debug. I don't know what this is. Coffers over corpses is not valid. What exactly is the problem here? Failed to load stratagem. I'll screenshot this and try to figure this out. Yeah, we're having an unlucky time today, aren't we? Let me see if I have a setting enabled that's breaking this. I had the AI turned off, actually. But that shouldn't be doing anything. Oh, I know what I did. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I was testing the doctrine and I broke it while I was testing. There we go. This should be fixed now. We're good. Yeah, what I was testing is I had this old bonus that said that you gained accuracy for every unfilled unit slot. So if I had 16 unfilled unit slots, I'd gain 2% times 16. So the smaller your army, the more powerful it was. And we removed it for balancing reasons, but I was testing it to see if I can get it to work again. And I didn't get it to work, and that's what just broke. So I kind of give up on it. But it is kind of a cool buff, because it rewards you for actually just keeping the army nice and small. Okay. I could note it down to look into it again, see if I can re-add it. Do you guys like that idea for a doctrine? I could think about re-adding it. That's why I think it originally said the thin red line, because you were supposed to have only a few units for the accuracy buff. But it got changed into a drilling buff, which isn't so bad, but yeah. Okay. So this is our first battle again. What do we got? Fredericans for reload and flanking. We know they're not going to flank. What are we fighting? Cantonists. Let's do something like this. Why do I have no smoke? That's strange. Yeah, where'd all my smoke go? What the hell? Why is my Unity version messing up this much? How's this guy trying to flank? He's trying to flank over there. Let's try to... Yeah, I don't know where all my smoke went. Maybe I have it turned off or something? Smoke is up. That is so strange. Sorry, yeah. I don't know why my smoke is missing, so I'm just looking up why that's the case. Yeah, all my effects are missing on Unity. Alright, we'll fast forward this. I should beat these guys now. I'll charge them down. There we go. We'll knock them out. Okay, they're using the cover. Oh, it makes it so hard when I can't see the smoke. I can't see when units are firing. I think I will charge in. And I'll let my general keep the morale up behind. Oh man, he's devastating me. Ouch. Get out of there. He's gonna run into my other guys. Okay, good. We'll also have some new music, not in this update, but the update after. We'll get some new battle music in. And again, for anybody watching the stream, I'm playing on fast forward, so this is not how fast the game actually is. Who returned? That damn general returned. Oh, and he's got full morale too. There we go. Alright, that battle was actually like bloodier, I think, than the first one I tried, but it's not bad. And should I, Oh, nice, we got some good pricey loot there. Should I play like a normal player would? I assume I probably should in this case. Because a normal player would probably stay on the road and face another patrol army. They would walk forward like this and probably engage another patrol. Do we have any places that can sell? Oh, there's still marauders here. Oh my gosh, that sucks. I guess I can't playtest today. Yeah, they're hard-coded in. Damn, I should have checked. It's just broken at the moment. Well, well, boys, everything went wrong today. At least we talked about kind of the future of the updates and everything. You know what it could be? I wonder if it's supposed to be 300, if the numbers are backwards. Oh, that's frustrating. Cord data, yeah. Maybe a slight problem is that the enemies might come back too many times. Thus, they'll be forced to sustain more casualties, which Britain can't. Possibly. That's the point of cavalry, though. Like, I like that the enemy comes back a few times, because if you're not running any cavalry, then you have to fight them a few times. But if you've got a cavalry unit, or let's say 2, you could chase them down and make sure you shatter them. And I think that's necessary. It's kind of divisive, because some people say that the enemy should never, once they're broken, they should never come back. And I don't know if I like that. I don't mind if they come back once or even twice, because it just makes the battle a bit more dynamic, so you can push and pull a bit. Anyways, we'll try this again. I'll actually scan for the armies instead of just playing immediately. This one's kind of cool. Replenishment speed 100% faster. So you get 2 times the replenishment speed. Actually, you know what? The localization should say doubled. I think it does, though. Let me check. What is it called? Trained reservists. Yeah, it should say doubled. I just have the old localization. There's the turtle. Cover effectiveness. This one... Interesting. There's a little localization bug we'll fix. There. But this is what we wanted, right? The item slot fix, and we'll go in and see if the marauders are still there. I think it's because people don't like British cavalry very much, since They say it can't hold on very well. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if the Marauders are here. I think... Oh, hold on. I think a day has to pass. Hold on. Okay, a day has passed. Are there any Marauders here? I'm not seeing them, right? So I think I configured the number correctly. You know what we'll do, though? Just to be safe, let's just go look for them. And then I'll restart again. At this point, I have kind of lost a lot of the time I had for this playthrough. So I think we'll need to... We won't be able to get too far, unfortunately. But yeah, it looks like the Marauders are gone. And how many patrols did we discover? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 exactly. Okay, that's the exact amount I wanted anyways. That's good. Yeah, it looks good to me. And because I've already explored the map... Well, you know what? Where did I spawn in? Right here. I don't know where any of those armies are, so even though I've technically explored the map, I can still play this. I'm getting tired, though, of refighting the same supply depot over and over again. Yeah, the Dragoons have very good shooting stats. And the Dragoon Guards are now heavier, and the Hessian Cavalry, by the way, is the same stats as, like, Horse Grenadiers. But people just don't think they're good because they don't have a fancy name. Gosh, I'm already kind of tired. I've fought this battle 3 times. I don't know. Well, that's what others have said. I think it's just about how you utilize the cavalry. I really like playing with the British Cav. Now, I'll continue because I have time. I just felt discouraged because I feel like I fought this damn battle over and over again. I'll play it on fast forward. I'll just fast forward it, you know. And I'll play this as other players would play it. Which is to say that instead of rushing down the encounters, if I was playing on the hardest difficulty, I don't mind using like exploits or like min-maxing. But if I'm playing on just regular hard, I want to play how a normal player would play. So, first of all, let's just get through this battle as quickly as possible. If that means taking casualties, I don't really care. But yeah, other people were saying the British don't have enough units as well, but they have the exact amount of units as the other faction, so I don't really see that. I don't really see that point. Yeah, I'm just gonna get through this. And I should be able to brute force this. Yeah. There we go, much faster. But I'd lost half my Highlanders doing that. Yeah, I lost half my guys. That's fine. What do I want to do? I don't really need to reply. I want the money. At least the Highlanders got a lot of experience then, didn't they? There you go, they got a promotion. Okay. Tula would actually be good for them because they're going to get melee. You love playing a Hanover. Hanover's getting buffed in the next update too. They should be more fun. The brigade slot is not going to be quite as expensive for Britain generally because they get The malice is only now 20% instead of being, what, 25% as it was before. And your subsidy is up from 8 to 10, so you get more cash per day. And then one of your starting units is replaced with a Hanoverian foot instead of a Lamellet. So you have a better unit, more money coming in, and the brigade cost malice isn't so high. So Hanover should actually be even better now. That's very good. I like breastplates. It's nice as well. What's this? The rest of this, I'll keep the worn uniforms. I'll sell everything else off. And we need to get forts. Would a normal player, maybe a normal player would just approach this fort right away. I actually might, I have the ammo, but I don't know if I have the manpower to actually take this. Okay. Do I want the money? Probably. Because I'm not going to have an officer for a while. So I'll take the cash. I will be a normal player. And a normal player would probably get themselves into another battle fairly quickly. I don't need this, but I could sell these. Yeah, it's worth selling. What's this do? Reload, move speed. I don't really need these. I'm just going to sell them off. That place has lower resale, so I'm not going to sell them yet. Yep, not doing that. I could buy a unit. I could buy British foot to kind of complete the set. I'm probably not going to find anything better than a British foot, like, because I'm only Act 1. So I think it's probably worth this unless there's a discount up ahead, which there is not, evidently. There is this auxiliary barracks, which is cool. I think I will go ahead and just take the foot now. Oh, I can't yet. Oh, man, I don't want to have to sell this at a crappy spot, but... You know what? Let's not sell it here. Let's, again, be what a average player would do. I'll drill for a little bit, because that is in the bonus of the faction, but I'm not going to drill too much. There. That boosts our replenishment nice and quickly. And that we'll wait for that patrol to come back and take it out. Hi, Bri. How are you? I'll bet all my money. Oh, that's horrible. I hate that. That's horrible. Take on these guys here. So again, I'm not going to min-max it. I'm just going to see what it's like for early game British, if you get destroyed or not. And I'm playing on hard, so I think it means they're getting an extra unit duplicated. That's strange, though. Am I playing on hard because... Because they only have 4 units. So how is there a patrol that's only 3? That's quite small. Maybe there is. Either way, this should be an easy fight. And I'm fully replenished now. Your foot's in plaster after surgery. 7 days in solitude. Yeah, that sucks. I had a nail removed and I was hobbling around. I'm missing my nail on my right toe. It's just gone. So probably not as bad as your surgery, but I think the only thing bad about that surgery was that they don't like give you anything beyond just numbing your foot, so you're sitting there as they're operating on you and you're watching them. Oh. But yeah, I'm missing a whole... How come this guy only has 150 men? Is that normal? Is it normal that the general only has 150? Am I just... He looks small for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. These guys are shooting Jaegers. I don't want them to shoot Jaegers. Let's shoot a better target. These guys have so much cover. 89% cover. Because they've got these damn earthworks. 30% from basic earthworks, really. Oh no, that's charge resistance. Okay, yeah. This should also say 15% cover, not plus 15, so I'll change that. Also, I don't think it should say cover base. I feel like cover base is kind of weird. So I feel like we could change that to just say cover. Maybe you could say cover bonus. I would just say cover, honestly. I don't think it needs to say cover base. Alright. I'll move the cavalry over, and I'm just gonna pick them apart from left to right. They're getting a huge morale buff due to the officer. So this officer right here, that Jaeger, is boosting everybody. So actually, I will death charge into their damn officer. And try to kill him. And then everybody's morale is going to go down when he dies. Because they get a 50% officer death chance, and I can eliminate that bonus entirely if I kill him. So hopefully we can kill that officer. Oh, come on, guys. I'm going to have to push through their lines. Just kind of exploity, actually, to do that. just phase through. I mean, they turned around to shoot me in the back, so I will pay for it, I guess. Disassembled your tendons in your foot, sawed through your bone. Oh my gosh. What happened to you, Bri? Oh, there we go. Wow, the officer killed and everybody retreated instantly. Look at that. As soon as the officer died, he was holding up everyone's morale that much that once he died, everyone retreated. That's cool that you can play into the weaknesses. If you read what the AI, what their bonuses and weaknesses are, you can kind of just play into that and win an easy victory. And I will take the money, because I lost all the money from gambling. Okay, I'm out of manpower. I need to secure settlement, so I just need to stop by. I'll visit the one up left, and then I'll go right. I don't have money to spare. A good great coat or an excellent. Let's get an excellent great coat, because these now do something different. Look, morale and melee damage received. So these are much better. They got buffed. So giving it to Cav. Which is better? 20% and move speed -6 or 15% and morale. I think an excellent greatcoat is now actually better than the breastplate. However, the Highlander could get this. That's actually not bad at all. And then I opened a slot, so we might as well fill it with something. Reload and move speed, that's not bad here, because he's a Dragoon. There we go. Let's move up and visit the town, since that's part of our objective. Where are the forts? Forts in the middle of the map, okay. I might sell everything off. Grab the money and use it to buy nothing, because there's no one good here. I'll move on. Let's hit up an outpost. I bet this is going to be... No, okay. I will delay them. There we go. I'll hit this place and then go down. Now this is auxiliary. I could actually buy a different type of unit, interestingly. So I could buy some Germans with 1,800 manpower. That could be interesting. Should I get a British foot, or should I get a Kreis musketeer and make him like a mega unit? Or I could even get a hussar, since British cavalry is not very good. And this hussar has 1,000 guys in it. So I can get a 1,000 man cavalry unit. Definitely not an Imperial recruit. Don't need that. What do you guys think? Or should I get a British foot to complete my set of 4? My renowned unit is going to be a Highlander. It sounds kind of funny getting a 2,000 man musketeer, to be honest. I don't know. The hussar sounds like he would help round out. I don't know. I think it sounds funny. That's why I want to do it. Why don't we go with what's funny? You know? Let's grab the Kreis musketeer. Make him our 4th unit. And let's anglify him a bit. There. And how big is this unit? He has 1,800 men, so that's kind of cool. And then we will toggle our bayonet off there. Having the hussars would fill the hole. Yeah, it would fill the hole. I could actually grab the hussars too. What could I do to make a quick buck? I could try to check out the convoy and pick up the hussars. I kind of want to grab them. I will take the civilian items. Fuck it. I don't mind if the HQ comes at me quicker. We'll take on these guys. I got my first unit. And we'll see if we can win this as well. This is a good example of a battle where if we can't win it, then a new player couldn't win this. But I'm on hard. But that's fine. That's a compensation for my skill compared to a brand new player. But if I can't win this for some reason, then a new player wouldn't be able to win this on normal. But if I can win this easily on hard, then a new player is going to be fine playing normal. And I have a good feeling about the battle, so... I like my mega unit at 1,800 men. It's kind of funny. This is rough but winnable. I don't know. I think it'll be okay. Yeah, look at this. When have you seen an 1,800 man British unit? It's kind of fun. Let's min-max this a little bit by taking off our bayonet. Grabbing a little bit of extra accuracy, shave off a second of our reload. I'll have the Highlander foot. Ah, they're so small, but it's alright. And the enemy's Municher, so they're defensive, but I don't think they have any artillery, so they're probably not going to want to be defensive. They do get a combat effectiveness command radius. Yeah, so these guys are getting a combat effectiveness buff, and they get a cover buff, so I want to keep them out of cover. So this is not a good fighting ground. If we want to keep them out of cover, where do we want to go? Damn. All right, we're going to get on the road and travel. How do you move units around before deployment? You just left-click on them and hold right-click. Just joined our 1,800-man British units. New to the tree, they're not. I found an auxiliary barracks that was selling Imperial HRE infantry, and I recolored them British using the army customizer, or the unit customizer. And so yeah, these are actually Kreis infantry, who I'm role-playing as a British converged Hanoverian unit. Which Roki told me not to buy them, because it's not meta. But you know what? I think they're pretty cool. Okay, I'm on the road, reposition quickly. This is where I want to go. Yeah, let's get off here. And let's deny them cover. I want to, like... They can be on the hills, that's fine, but I don't want them to get a huge cover bonus. Alright, fair enough. This'll work. How are the Brits doing? 80 to 20, that's not bad. My guys are getting an accuracy debuff being in the forest, so I'm going to leave the forest. And look at the accuracy go up. Look at that, up to 9. Oh, shit. Alright, I'm not braced. Oh, dear. Alright. Put on the bayonet. Taking off the bayonet was a bad idea in this case. And let's run our cab over. Austrian jump scare, yeah. Let's knock these guys off. Get off of me. Luckily, Municher is more defensive, so they're more likely to just sit back and just fire at me. I'm surprised they jumped in with a cav like that. Oh, yes, I shattered them up, thank God. Thought they were going to get away unshattered. Alright, let's... Yeah, up to 80 accuracy now. Due to the elevation. Look at these guys holding off 1, 2, 3, 4 units with this giant manpower. They're not doing much damage, but they're just holding. And I will probably honestly just form up and charge at this point. I'll let my British foot fire one more time. Might as well, right? There we go. Clean them up. And we'll just operate down the line. There they go. I'll countercharge them. There we go. Hopefully we can try to kill this officer, and it'll do a little morale shock on his neighbors. Really want to follow him. Grenzer Hustlers are real fast, though. So I don't know if we'll be able to follow him. I'm going to let the Dragoons just give chase. God, they're fast, aren't they? I don't think I'll be able to catch them. They're really fast. And they're going to rally. That's the annoying thing. Actually, they're just below the rally point, so no, they're not. All right, we'll leave them. I'll fire and charge again. Hammer and anvil ready. Fire. Our smoke is missing. There we go. And then I'll just shatter them real quick. Okay, we're good. And we'll just knock them all down like dominoes. Look how good these converged musketeers are, just bodying. They lost 250 guys. They're still at 1,500 men. I love that. That's useful as Britain, to have at least a unit that's giant like that. By the way, one thing I did do is the auxiliary barracks that lets you recruit the locals. I reduced it so much in the last update that you had a less than 1% chance of finding that condition. I bumped it up to like a 5% chance. So that's how you're able to find it, how I found it much more easily. And I think you'll be able to as well, which just makes the game more interesting in my opinion. Alright, let's move our general up. But yeah, this battle was not too bad. If a new player was fighting this, the enemy would have had 2 less units because I'm playing on hard. And, I mean, this is totally winnable. So. There we go. Done. And I entered the battle with my guys at half strength as well. What do we want to take from this? Maybe veterancy. For once. Or I could replenish. I'll probably just replenish. I don't need the veterancy yet. I might be able to just drill for a day or two and get the same effect. But I do want to get my replenishment up because it's kind of slow. Granby is a generalist. Fire. This sucks. Cover effectiveness 5%, fire damage received 5%. Yeah, that one sucks. This should be buffed, honestly. I would never take this. Especially because fire damage received is kind of bugged in this version. And it only works at about half of what it says it's actually doing. So it's more like 2.5%. That'll be fixed in not this update, but the one after it, because it requires a lot of, like... I'd have to rebalance a lot of things. But, yeah, fire damage received isn't quite working the way it should right now. So that stat is bad. Morale damage dealt is excellent. Accuracy is also excellent, but this is very good. Let's carry on. I want to try to get the Highlanders and the other thing. So now that I proved that I can win those patrol battles, I'm just going to go and try to knock out... I'll go left and then right. Because we need to visit settlements. So I'll secure this one. That's 4. This will be 5. And I need the 6th. That's 5. Hit the encampment. Take some supplies and leave. Knock out the fort. What do we want to do here? I could probably exchange reservists. I could just drain the... For an infantry regiment? Why not? Get a free unit. Brunswick Musketeer, I'll take that. Then we'll replenish as much as we can, and then get to another settlement. Couldn't you just double the actual number for the fire perceived calculation as a workaround? I asked that. I offered that solution to the developer, and I think that is, yeah, that can be done. But again, the issue is the same issue I was saying to begin with, which is that it would throw off the balancing of a lot of things. Because everything is based around the current fire damage stats. A lot of the skills, doctrines, like events and things like that. So we don't want to change it until we can actually go through and like run playthroughs with that in mind. It's not that big of a deal, but I don't want to break anything last minute because the update is due Friday. So I'll probably just save it. It's not a huge deal. It's not a huge deal. I actually did what you're saying for the observation core, though. I did fix them. They're the only ones with the corrected fire damage received, because I think in the current game it's 10%, but it actually treats it more like 5%. So I actually compensated for that. So now it's actually getting the 10% now. So observation core might be a little trickier when you're not in cover. But I'll wait until the update after this, or I might even do a patch off of this update, but I just don't want to rush it in this Friday. We'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind tomorrow. There we go. We got the item slot cost. Let me just check why this localization is not working. Reformed commissariat. No, that is working there. Yeah, I don't know why. So yeah, that's now only 45. So we can play a little taller. I'll probably sell just about everything off for now. I'll keep this good cylindrical ramrod. That's not bad. Because this gives 6 reload 3 accuracy. That's not bad at all. There. I could probably open the next brigade slot if I wanted to. Sure. Pop in my Brunswickers. Grab some manpower. And then siege a fort. So we'll knock this fort out. Up on the road. And then we'll swing back, probably take out, and then camped army. Because I think we're almost ready. So I'm going to drill for a sec. I'm going to grab manpower. Do this, and then drill real quick, because my replenishment is so slow. It's been slowed for everybody, but it is just slower, so you need to drill on occasion just to get that up. And I'll get some promotions while we're waiting. Is there a debuff here for... Yeah, the replenishment's down 30%, that's why. Because we're on hard. I was wondering if this is the default for normal difficulty, this is too slow. But if this is on hard, I think this is totally fine. It makes it more interesting. You have to actually pause before you jump into fights. So it slows things down just a little bit. This guy is ready to go to veteran foot. I'm curious in losing 5 veterancy if it's actually going to be worth it until I get the 5 back. So I'm at 71 accuracy. If I gain the promotion to get the higher accuracy, that 71 goes to 73. Okay, so losing the 5 veterancy but picking up the better stats is still worth it in that case, which is cool. The Highland Foot, I'm going to wait for him to go to Grenadier. Brunswick can also go Musketeer as well. We'll call these guys just German. Actually, I'll call them Kreis, because they were the Kreis units, so I think it'd be fun keeping the tradition. Do I want to buy anything good here? Cheap units. Could grab another British foot. I want to complete this set of 4. It'll make us a little overpowered. And then I want to get the quality up. Blandian for Fire by Rank. Fire by Rank with Grenzer is interesting. Not very useful for Grenzer Fusiliers because they can't use it. But the recruits are going to probably punch up just a little bit because of it. Very little cavalry support, though. So knock out the cav and then just mass charge them down, probably. Sorry, I'm just writing a message about that fire damage thing because I might try to fix it tomorrow. What else did we want to look into? I could change units or item stats, but I don't think I want to do that right now. No. Yeah, okay. So we got our Brunswickers. I don't like how blurry this road is. I wish it was a little less pixelated. I might go back and fix that eventually. It's not too hard of a fix. Got my purple British foot. I got the white gators on the veterans. And what else have we got? Where's our converged? Our mega... Oh, their manpower isn't fully restored. Fair enough. There's our Highlanders. Alright, we're gonna go up to that fence. I've not played on this city map in a while. Actually, I think in the previous update, the cities also didn't work. So I think you should be able to play on them more often. Roki, I think your Grenzers are going to get destroyed because the AI does not use light infantry too effectively, so... Oh, I forgot to deploy. Whoops. Whoops. Alright, they got the first volley off on me. Put the Highlanders in the back and the Brunswickers too. Let's form up. Yeah, Yellow Hand, you probably haven't seen the map because I think it was bugged out. It wouldn't let the map spawn. But it will spawn if you're fighting on a city now, so... Damn, they actually do decent damage right now. Let me see. I think we can just charge them outright. I'll have the Dragoons back up the Highlanders. Because they might countercharge me with Hussars. Just charge across the open field. Let's go, go, go. They're running away. Oh, they're trying to stop the charge. Damn, that sucks. I got hit by a Hussar unit instead. Oh. They rescued them. Keep the rest of these guys here to kind of shoot into the chaos. But yeah, Grenzer's stats, melee stats, are so low that you might as well try to get into a melee with them. Because you can see we're just breaking so many of them there. Yeah, I don't know what people are saying about Britain not being good. Like, I mean, this is fairly easy. My shooting stats are really good, and I'm able to just charge stuff down when I need to, because you have Highlanders and Brunswickers. There we go, done. That was not a bad battle at all. I'll go fight an encamped army after this and see if I'm bullshitting or not. Because maybe the encamped army is going to be much harder. What do I need? Do I want more veterancy, or do I want some replenish? Probably some replenishment. I've been complaining about it. Do the gators show up in the units in battle if you equip them? No, it doesn't, but I kind of wish it did. For the next game, I think we're going to go and do stuff like that, but for this one, it does not. The gators just depends on the unit status. So if he's a veteran foot in this case, he gets the white gators. I actually prefer black gators with white trousers, but I don't think they can wear that anymore. Unless when they get to foot guard, they can do that. I don't know. Let me see what it looks like in battle. I prefer the white trousers. That guy can't get promoted yet. I think I can replenish everybody. I want to do a little bit of drilling for the replenishment. I need an officer too. Can we get someone good? Combat from elevation and veterancy. It's not bad. Stamina and reload speed. That's kind of a fun synergy, right? You don't get worn out. And you can fire quickly. And less ammo consumption. That one's not bad. I wish there was someone just a little better. Infantry accuracy. I could put Jeffries on the left and then put all my infantry under him. But then again, what do we want to build? Probably a charging officer, right? So for charging, none of these are really helpful. So why don't we just not get an officer yet, and I'll look for another one at that city on the right there. There we go. We got our Campbell Highlanders with bayonets, which is very appropriate. Does anyone need a better bayonet? I don't think so. We got diamonds too to sell off. We're rich. I'm not going to sell anything yet because the town over has better sale prices. I will look for an officer though. We got some good officers here. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. What do we got? Melee and melee. So you get a 25% buff to melee with a big iron jaw of boom. Or we go cover, morale, and melee. No, I really like boom. Von Boomer. He's got a Von Boomer going. And then let's put our charging guys over on the left. The cavalry accuracy can stay over there. He can be kind of the officer of this brigade. We're going to move him over here. How are they converged? We'll keep all the Highlanders kind of in that area, I think. This looks good. Oh, I need to grab the food. And then we'll sell off all of our crap. Is your first officer Granby or Granny? Well, he can be Granny if we want to call him that. He can be Granny. You know what's nice is I added a higher chance of finding excellent items in Act 1. So check it out. We actually found a whole bunch of excellent items here. Which is really nice. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab some good buckshot rounds, for one. Because now we're going to start playing tall, right? We're going to grab large haversacks for 10 morale, 14 stamina. That one's fine. 75. It's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap, so I'll take that too. Why not? Grab those. Grab a much better hussar sword. Or do we want to grab 8-8 or a 12-2? Do we want to like one tap or be more balanced? That's an interesting choice. What do you guys think? The 12-2? So really hit hard in the charge and then fall off? Or have a better balance? Because what is this guy? He's a 41-44, so he's got balanced charge and melee anyways. I might just have to anglicize. We have to do some anglicize his name from German because the troops serving under von Boehmer are having a hard time pronouncing his name. And they've been calling him Von Boner, so we have to it's just for anglicizing the name, that's all. Doesn't mean anything, okay? But we're just going to do that. Yeah, we'll keep this balanced. Grab the heavy saber. Let's go with that. And let's see if there's anything good. We only have 12 items left, so let's give... Who needs the buckshot? Maybe we give the Converge Grenadiers because they're so big. Give them buckshot, make it their default item, and they'll get really close to fire. Close range. Let me put a quality of life suggestion as well. good. We're going to give him the sword. What do we got? 41-44 to 43-46. What the hell? Ah, it's not as big of a buff as I thought it was. I guess Dragoon swords are pretty good as it is, aren't they? 6-6 to 8-8. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, you pay a lot for just a little bit there. That's fine. I thought it was going to be bigger. This haversack is huge, though. I mean, 10 morale is great. What do we want to give that on? These Converged Musketeers have no morale at all. So maybe they need to carry some food with them. Stamina. I could give the stamina to the cavalry. That could be nice. I do like when the cavalry doesn't get tired. I'm going to sell the sword. Can I open a slot? Oh, I'm $1 off. You know what I'll do then? Is I'll say, you know what? I'll burn this down and I'll go kill the other guy afterwards. Because I'm $1 short. Alright, we will open that slot that we wanted. Do we want 4 stamina or do we want 14 stamina? I'll take that. Yep. Look at that, 85 stamina, very good, like a Cossack now. And then we have a Tompion for a little bit of accuracy. We'll give it to this guy, why not? Make him reload a little faster too. Melee damage received minus 5%. We'll give that onto this guy. My Highlanders wearing their great coats. It's nice. And then we've got a little horseshoe, which I can probably equip as well. Very nice. And where the hell is that one army that we saw run away from us? Oh, where did he go? Damn, I don't know where he went. We'll find him. Do we want weapons? I want the specialty ammo. What do we get? Buckshot rounds. Who could I give the buckshot to? Oh, my cavalry, of course. There we go. There, and they'll use that by default. Very good. Now we're rolling. We're steamrolling. Okay, I'm gonna go for this. Oh shit, all my food's gonna go away. Alright, let's run back, grab some food. I'm generating passive income anyways. There we go. And we gotta find where that army was. I want to beat an army. If we don't know where the patrol is, that's fine. We'll take out this encamped army on the way. Cheap food. We'll go into chase mode. Do I want to fight these guys? What do I want to do? You know what? Why don't we fight these guys and do a veterancy upgrade and then fight the encamped guys with our extra veterancy? I think that sounds fun. Okay, what do we got? Big open field. What do our veterans look like? White on white. Yeah, not very great. What do these guys look like? Oh, that looks good. The white on black? I mean, come on. I don't like how turning them into a veteran makes the Gators white. You know what I mean? Because these guys look cooler than these dudes, but these are the veterans. So I might switch the Gators just for personal preference there. What I'm gonna say is switch Gators. Switch the Gators. Check. I think Oberst. Check Oberst messages regarding uniforms. He mentioned some corrections, and consider the change to veterans to give them their flower back and give the foot guards something that's not a flower. That's probably what I would do there. I like this grass terrain. Do you guys like this grass texture? It's more, there's more like grit to it than typically. And I did it on a few of the maps. I painted with this grass texture instead of the normal one. But I think it looks a little nicer. And we're facing Hildesberghausen, so they are going to come in with assault columns. Hildburghauser. That's it. So yeah, they're forming up their columns. Consolidating their line. And they're pushing forward now. Alright, let's spread Campbell over here. Their combat width is not going to be very good. Yeah, we kind of outnumber them. Yeah, I don't see what people mean. Oh, these guys have the buckshot, so we're going to move them up. I don't see what people mean when they're saying that the British accuracy buffs aren't as good anymore, because, I don't know, like, these dudes... I mean, you can't one-shot people anymore, but I think that's for the better. But I'm definitely going to be able to annihilate a lot of these units here. Alright, here's the buckshot at close range. Let's see how effective it is. Their accuracy is okay. Okay, not bad. Good kills. Yeah, no, buckshot was good there. I don't want to charge in because I got a lot of these barricades. I might go for... Try sweeping around. 124 accuracy. 86 stamina. Melee and charge are okay. So we just have a lot of accuracy and stamina, so we can kind of sprint around and shoot. I'm going to turn off fire at will. I'm going to run up and hit these guys at point blank with the buckshot we got. Okay, no. How do we cancel that charge? We can't cancel it? What? How can we not cancel it? Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Well, that was a little bug there. I don't know what happened, but I didn't get to use my didn't get to use my guns like I wanted to. Oh. Get him out of there. Run. I'm going to get hit in the back again. Ouch. Damn, that sucks. Alright, at least they can use their guns. Yeah, that blows. I botched it. I ordered a charge instead of telling them to shoot. And then they got stuck in the melee. It's my charge of the light brigade moment. Damn, dude. The buckshot might be too good. 500 kills. Oh my gosh. The converged musketeer buckshot combo is pretty good because you just have so many bodies firing at 30 extra accuracy. So yeah, these guys are going to outperform my veteran troops because of the buckshot. That's crazy. Granted, they have to get a lot closer, but they're not taking many losses, and they can afford to take losses because they're high manpower. Yeah, buckshot might be a little overpowered. But I think I consume a lot of ammo in doing it. I mean, it's not that bad, though. Only 70% there. 40% ammo consumption. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad. I might have to increase that ammo consumption a bit. Or just decrease the accuracy buff you're getting. Maybe they should get like 25 accuracy and not 30. But yeah, the buckshot's definitely fun to use, especially now that you can equip it by default. I'm going to see if I can knock out the officer there. Come on, guys. Shoot your dim carbines. There you go. See if you can kill the officer. The buckshot is so fun to use. Look at the troops just fall. There you go. Uh-oh. The thin red line. Here we go. Oh, they charged before they could shoot. Reload was just about to finish. Alright, we got it. Yeah, I didn't lose anybody besides that Cav. What if you're able to choose the boot color within the unit designer? I don't think you can. I mean, we could do that, but it would take a while to redo the system. And that's too late, I think. I'm going to go for the... I want to go for the veteran. See, it's what I said I wanted, right? Because I want to bring foot guards into the next battle and see how they do. I can't do that because I reset my veteran. See, I forgot. Alright, so... I'm going to grab some ammo. Then I'm going to drill for just a little bit. There. One more day. There we go. Fight these guys. Alright, this looks a little tougher, doesn't it? This might pose a challenge. Command radius morale, 50%. That's not bad for Granby to be inspiring. Because I can run him around and rally. These guys can go... I want them to just be huge numbers. So we got 18. I don't want to drop the numbers, right? So let's go this way. They're at 6. We can go Highland Grenadier. We can go Brunswick Grenadier. There we go. So we're decking everything out. We're not going to get to the next brigade. So we're probably going to fight the HQ with only 2 brigades, but that's kind of cool. I prefer that pacing rather than having 3 brigades like maxed out by the end of Act 1. Don't really need this. Charge 6 and move speed 2. That's very good for a basic treatise. Give it to them. Buckshot. I could give somebody buckshot. Yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it as is for now. We're going to fight 3 things of artillery, double fusiliers. What is Esterhazy? Yeah, these guys are tough. Double grenadiers. Hussars. Yeah, this is going to be a tough battle. Especially because our cav is pretty bloodied, but let's see what we can do. Alright, they've got the Downey End, so they're going to be defensive with triple artillery at 94 accuracy, so we're going to have to push this. Interesting, interesting. Okay. We've got Granny and Boner. Buna, if you will. The proper German pronunciation, Buna. We'll form up our main British line. I'm going to have the Kreis in the middle. I'm going to have Grenadiers on the wings. Campbell. I don't know how Campbell got hurt already. I'll have him be in reserve in the middle with the Cav. He can countercharge if he needs to. And I think we're good to go. And this guy's giving command radius morale 50%. So you go from 61 morale, or 69 in this case, to 84. How much morale is he giving? 84 minus 69 is what? 15 morale? Is he actually giving 15 morale? Is that right? Let's test it somewhere else too. How about on this guy? 89, 74. 15 morale. Holy crap. Okay. So that means it's boosting anybody he's near to like confident level. 100 morale. Look how many bars of morale you get there. And that means their combat effectiveness is 120%. So Granny is going to really inspire the troops, it seems. Hello, Amora. How are you? So let's move these guys up. And we need to be on the attack. in this battle. Damn, the Campbell Highlanders are fast as hell. They outwalked everybody. Same with all these Highlanders. Yeah, they're going to end up being a target. I need to get out of column because the artillery is going to target me. Damn, I lost 100 guys on that volley already. 100 brave Highland Grenadiers dead. Move up the replacements. This looks like a tough battle, doesn't it? Their weakness is stamina, so they're going to get tired faster than I am. That doesn't feel like a very good weakness for the artillery personality. Do you guys have a better suggestion? They get a range and an artillery accuracy buff, so all their infantry fires further, as you can see. So it's harder to approach them, meaning they're going to get the first volley off, and their artillery is getting a massive buff at 35%, so they're pounding me. But it's only stamina they lose, which I feel like is not... I was thinking move speed could be nice, but they're not really moving either, so that wouldn't really help me. I could increase the enemy's fire damage received so that when I finally close in, I can get more kills and try to bloody them more. So maybe that would work. It's just like a lot of firepower trying to duel the Downian. Because stamina is fine. Either that or just the stamina debuff should be like minus 30% or minus 25 maybe. Yeah, I'd say probably like minus 25. If it was minus 25%, at least I know if I got into a gunfight, they would get tired really quick and I would win if I just engaged them long enough. I'm going to get up on this hill. Highland Grenadiers, I'll put them in the forest. Put these converged in the middle. Bring these guys back. British foot, move them up. I'll have the Brunswick Grenadiers start moving around the flank. Does anybody have a grenade? No grenades. Campbell Grenadiers I'll hold the middle with. Everyone should have their bayonet on as well because the enemy has Grenadiers. Damn, their range is really good. That is tough. I gotta get closer. They really outrange me. I'm going to see if I can fire a volley and hit the Fusiliers. And then where's Granby? I'm going to go boost the morale on the left where it's needed. And hopefully these converged musketeers just do a devastating buckshot onto the enemy. We're going to take a huge hit right here. Ouch. But we'll return fire. They killed 90 of us. How many will we kill? 108. 133. Okay, good. They're pulling back. Wow, they're really using that range advantage. They're just pulling all the way back. Damn. All right. I'm going to buff both of their morale. Actually, you know what? They're not going to get the combat effect in this buff. I mean, they get confident. I want to make these guys confident, though. Oh, I can't. Oh, there we go. You know what we'll do? If we double stack the general and the officer, they're going to go to confident. Or they should. I guess they're not. The guys in the middle aren't either. Because they're all under too much fire. Alright, I'm going to fire one more volley with these guys in charge. They're all entrenched, too. Fire once more. Just charging. Was not very effective. Our veteran foot is losing because they're hitting us really hard. I'm going... if I charge, I get countercharged, so that won't work. Is this a challenge run? This is just regular playtesting, but I'm on hard. Nice, there we go. Shattered. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, they're reloading nice and quick. 34-second reload. What's everybody else's? 38, 38, 38. Okay, so the Christ do get a reload buff. I forgot that they the Christ troops reload a little quicker. I think they're firing canister at me, yeah. I'm okay to take canister because we got a lot of bodies. But I really want to reload in time for this cav closing in. There we go, we're loaded. Here we go, let's fire at them. You fire as soon as possible. Fire, fire, fire. Oh, did they not? Damn, I'm having such bad luck where they're just not reloading in time. That sucks. Alright, we got Campbell Highlanders. Charge them in. And bring in the other general. And bring in the cav. Let's push back. Push them back. There we go. Good job. There we go. The converged hold. And I'll have these guys help out. Campbell will move back. I'm going to move the British foot up to close in. At least, you know, the British just have naturally high accuracy, so I am able to outshoot these guys. The stamina debuff they're getting isn't really helping me. I feel like they're not really getting that tired. I mean, these guys are tired, but... Oh, man. It's all this canister shot in the middle. Okay, we've got to have Granby do a suicide run, which I hate to do. But I'm going to move up the Converge and have Granby behind it with the Highlanders, and we're really going to run through the canister. Just run through this canister, keep the morale up, and close in. And our body, we're going to be just dropping men on the way there. Luckily, they have one unit blocking. These guys are running so slow. The Highlanders are so much faster. Damn. Just keep pushing up, guys. We need to get that morale up. Oh, did you see the cannonball just come in? Wipe out that whole section. Jeez. Alright, we need to try to fire with the buckshot and clear that line out. I'm going to send the Highlanders in, and the cav is going to be ready to take out the guns as soon as we're ready. And my shield will just keep moving up, guys. Highlanders are good. Alright, now we just have to follow them. Luckily, these Highlanders are really fast, so I should be able to charge in quickly. Damn, look at the canister just unloading. Push in, clear him out, kill the officer. It'll tell you when the officer's dead now as well, which is good. There it is, officer killed. Perfect, all of them shattered. There we go. Okay, I think we're in a good spot now. Still not out of the woods yet. These Highlanders are so fun, they're so fast. If they go 60, they're like pretty much cavalry. Look at that, they're going 90. And they hit like a truck. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, the Campbell is so damn good. Alright. And we'll fast forward through the rest of this. They have like no accuracy. I think we'll beat them. Let's go for it. Let's see who wins this. Ouch. The enemy's exhausted. Casualties are equal on both sides, but I'm going to probably retreat first. I'll rescue them. There we go, guys. And we've won it. Alright, that was fun. That was a bloody battle, but that was a fun encamped battle. And I did it with only 1.5 brigades. So, I don't know. What do you guys think of the difficulty? I'm on hard mode, by the way, just for reference. And that was an encamped battle. And you get more money per battle now, slightly. I think I want to go for the veterancy just to see if I can get the foot guards up. I want to get the foot guards up and running. Although casualty restoration would be nice, but let's see what we can do. And I forgot we get one of these. Officers gain a promotion when hired, and the recruitment cost is lower. But we're not going to need a lot of officers because we only have 3, so we don't need that. Reload's not bad. Infantry move speed and stamina. I feel like this could be stamina plus 10%. You know what I mean? I feel like that could be a little better. Because the move speed 5% is fine. It's fine. The stamina would be nice, though. I'm going to re-roll this because I think I want to look for something accuracy related or training. And I might re-roll one more time. Okay, what do we got? Flanking fire? That's not bad. And move speed? I'll take that. This way, if an enemy like turns around on me and I fire a volley, I'll just devastate them with how much more fire damage? 10% more. Okay, that's okay. Plus move speed. That's all right. It'd be good for my dragoons running around shooting guys in the back. This is my charging officer. Reroll this as well. This is not bad. Command radius 25% with 10% morale. Yeah, I'll take Noble. Von Boner is now Sir Boner. Yeah, I really want to get these guys up to foot guard status, but I think they'll have to wait on that. Just go to the slum, see if we get unlucky or not. Get some weapons, or I'll take the reservists, because I need it. It's not bad. And I'll buy up both. Good. And I just need a little bit more manpower. Might drill a little bit. Just because Britain drills at double the speed. Might as well do that. Okay, we'll move on. And what do we want to do here? Anything? Maybe we'll look for some stuff to buy. Like a excellent land pattern, I'll definitely take that. And an excellent socket bayonet, too. I'll definitely take those. What, can I not afford it? There we go. Sell this off, sell that. Don't need any of this. Get 788. Don't need a foundry. Don't need the gunsmith right now. Powder house is okay. Do we need one more unit? We do. So is there anybody at the barracks? Nope. We can get veterancy gain plus casualty restoration. I changed the surgeon to make him better. I gave him the veterancy gain because the idea is that you're keeping your veterans alive. And you're restoring casualties. That's not a bad combo, actually. That could be nice. Why don't we put that on... We'd be giving up 8 accuracy in exchange for 15%. Who keeps dying? I feel like my cav keeps dying, but they're healed up. They're already 6 veterancy as well. I would not mind putting this on him, because I really want those foot guards. And then just giving the accuracy to my other regular troops who are going to be veterans now. There. And I really like this excellent land pattern. What am I getting? I'm going to get 4 more accuracy. 18 more range. Wow. Shave off some reload. Get some better melee. Yeah, that's good. Very nice. Heavy socket bayonets. Who are my best? 80 charge, 75, 41. These Campbell Highlanders, they're definitely going to get that. Oh, really? Oh, the heavy bayonet is better at melee, not charging. Because it's a more defensive, heavier tool. So we'll give that at our best, probably this guy. We'll call him the Heavy Grenadiers. Because he's more defensive. And I'm pretty happy with everybody else. I really want to get one more unit. I do think that's something I need. So why don't we run... I didn't get any free units, which is a shame. Why don't we run back... And... that's a city I don't want to go to. Didn't we want hussars? We wanted the hussars from the other town. Yeah, yeah. So let's sell this crap. I think it makes sense that the light bayonets are for charging because they're lighter, so you can carry them with you and run into a charge. And the heavy bayonets are heavier, and so you can kind of brace with them a bit better against... That makes sense. This is where we want to buy those hussars, right? Yeah. So that'll be our last unit, and it's a pretty decent tier unit. I think what I could do is buy a little ammo, and I can drill while we gain passive revenue. This way my experience can go up. I kind of messed up because the ammo costs more. Oh, man. Damn, we got to fight this battle, which is fine. This will be easier than the encamped army, at least. It's Munich again. Or no, not again, but they're going to hang out in cover. They've got a lot of recruits, though. I can knock those guys out. I really want to get the last Hussar and just see if I can drill up and get close to the foot guard and beat that Act 1 boss. Okay, so they're defensive and they've got artillery. We will need to build a third brigade out with artillery because otherwise we're going to be on the offense constantly with these small units, and it's not very effective. Yeah, lucky number, you're doing the research behind them. That's why I included the full name, Burkhard Christoph von Munich, just so you can look them up if you wanted to. So I'm glad that you actually did that, so that work wasn't wasted. These dudes are just so damn fast. Look how fast I can get them. If I put them... They don't even have items. If I put them on a road and sprint them... Look at these guys. Just flying. They don't even have items on. So you put items, they become very good. But yeah, unfortunately, we have to cross open ground to go attack because we have no artillery. Okay, I'll jump around. They're trying to stop me from attacking that flank. I'll form up. I'll probably have Campbell's Highlanders just charge right in. Screw it. Because their charge is a 91 against the enemy's 30, so we're going to fly right in there. Gosh, the move speed buff. The Campbell's Highlanders are scary, aren't they? They move quick. If you were fighting against the Campbell Highlanders, if the AI had this army, or this unit, and they were using the Gustav personality, that would be really scary. Because it gives them even more move and charge damage. Let's fire directly ahead. But yeah, this battle should be relatively easy because they're fielding a lot of recruits. These Converged Musketeers are so slow. I need to get them items to make them faster. I'm going to do fire in advance. What's the update going to be about? We have a, in our Discord, I don't know if you're in the Discord, but we have a changelog. It's a lot to go over. It's mainly an AI personality system. And I redid Act 3. Act 3 has a new army type called Marauders that you can face that replaces the patrols. Been playing Russia, and Highlanders can't deal with 2,000 men. Yeah. Now Russia, I think Russia's probably the most underplayed country that people see as boring, but it's probably the most powerful in the game. I think it's their runs are honestly the easiest. If you do Cossacks, you can just be completely rich. The other one that gets a casualty restoration is very good. Observation Corps negates so much damage. All of them, all of the Russian compositions are good. But yeah, Britain feels nice and easy. Not easy, but nice and like clean to play. Again, maybe in like Act 3 they'll go down in effectiveness because their unit numbers are small, but you can kind of mitigate that because the Hanoverian troops you can get have larger numbers. And of course there's the auxiliary units you can get too. Yeah, that's not bad at all. And the enemy armies are smaller, so you can play tall. Like the final battle, the game no longer even has the 6 brigades, it's only 5. Hi Kelly. What's up? The Pooch? What about the Pooch? He's good? Yes. I stacked both replenishment doctrines as Russia let me do human wave tactics with no downside. Well, base, you're gonna like, actually, I changed the human wave tactics to reduce morale by 5% instead of replenishment. So you'd actually be able to keep all of that super fast replenishment with human wave tactics next time. You'll notice in this playthrough, because replenishment is slower and I'm playing on hard, that I wasted a lot of time sitting around. So if you can get your replenishment quicker, you can just move and fight battles quicker. And I think it is kind of an underrated stat that players can play into. Which, speaking of, I think... Gosh, I want to do the veterancy. I'm going to do the veterancy because I really want the foot guard, as I've indicated. I'm so close to it now. Do I need 6 for it? Or 7? Because I'm about to hit 6. I'm about to hit 6. That's perfect. Yeah, this boss battle, I'm going to be in a really good spot. Reload speed at 15% on my really accurate troops. I kind of like that. I do like that. Or do I want to reroll? What do you guys think? Do I want to reroll for accuracy for my main brigade? The reload speed could be... Granby's part of it, so getting him to reload quickly isn't bad. I think I will... 15% is very good. I'm just going to go for that. And then my Grenadier melee forces. Yeah, I'm going for this. Very good. Okay. We're going to sell off what we need to. Just like that. We're going to grab the Hussar that we wanted. What color Hussar do we want? Pink Hussars? That's cool. Burgundy pink theme. Or it could be burgundy... That looks kind of cool too. I like that. Cavalry accuracy. I'm going to keep him there. I'm going to grab manpower. Refill the manpower, and while I move, I'm going to spend the rest of the money on ammunition and drill up. Which is quicker? Probably we'll go left. Only because it gives us more time to drill before the HQ hits us. So we're going to really stock up. And I'm going to play super tall now. And then right before the enemy army hits us, we're getting all this passive revenue that we're going to buy items with. There we go. So let's see what we can get. We get excellent Hungarian horses, which I think is worth it. Really good cylindrical ramrods. I think that's it. That's fine. Charge move. This guy's gonna be my charger, so perfect. And then 8-4. Look at this. British foot guard. There we go. And let's see what this does. We go from 79 to 80. Oh, not much. 6. What's the accuracy buff? 3 to 4. Let's do that. I had no idea until now that AI had personalities. Well, they don't. Have you been playing the beta? The default game, they don't really have personalities. They just have like an offensive or defensive stance. This beta introduces like the full personality system. There we go, 29 seconds for them. I need shoes for those. I need like these. Move speed 2 is not good enough. Where could we grab shoes from? I want shoes for those guys. Let's go back here. Quartermaster, lots of good items. I'm just hanging out buying items. Only basic shoes, huh? 4 move speed. I wish we could have gotten it higher. Because they're... Oh, look at this. Oh, we gotta get that. 10 accuracy. I don't need the surgeon on this guy anymore because we got the veterancy we needed. So we can put that now on... That'd be great for cavalry. Veterancy and casualty restoration on the Imperial Hussars. They can't get upgraded, but we could build up all their veterancy. So I like that. That's good. And then, I like that you can play into 2 brigades. That's quite fun. Based on a defreeze and stakes have been reformed or like redone for this update. So look at this. Defreeze gives 50% charge resistance and 50% less melee damage received. But if I go to stakes, I get 80% charge resistance, but no melee damage reduction, meaning I'm going to resist the charge and deal a bunch of damage back, but I'm not going to reduce my melee damage received. So if you want to like maintain the health, you can go Chevaux de Frise, but if you want to inflict maximum damage on the charging unit, you take the wooden stakes. So it's actually a little better now. Quartered muskets would also be very nice. There's so many good items to buy, but I really want the excellent marksman. I'm so glad I added the more excellent quality items into Act 1, because you can actually play into 2 brigades and just, look at this, get all the items maxed out with only 2. And that's quite fun. I actually really enjoy playing with fewer brigades, because you kind of get to know all your units a lot more. Like I find myself customizing and naming and coloring the units more when I'm only playing with 2 or 3 brigades. The last time I played with 5 brigades been since the default branch, but for the last 40 days of working on this beta, I've been playing with like only a few. You still need to get a bigger army later on. I guess I'll raid, but I want the marksman thing. So unfortunately, I might just have to sit around until I get, what, 200, and then I can raid? 220. I think we can do it. Can we get to 220? I think we can. It's a shame I can't drill, but I need the money. Gators should lean on mobility while having stamina, and the other gators should be the other way around. Yeah. I'm gonna do a pass on the items, maybe even tomorrow. I might look into that. I'll put a note for myself. I'll put a question mark on it. I might wait till the next update, not this one, to like really do a comprehensive item review and just make sure they're all useful. GDon, what's up? Enjoying the game? Oh, that's awesome, man. I'm glad you put so much time into it. We've got a really cool update coming out this Friday that I think... I got really tired of the game, and I did not play this. I've not really played this for fun since like December, But this update has made me really enjoy the game again, because you can build these small elite armies and it works, and I just I have a lot of fun with that. The grenade should do more morale damage. I don't know. I go back and forth on that, because other people say that to me, and then I go in with grenades and I just one-shot people with them. And then I don't know if I want to buff them. It depends on the grenade quality. I think if you're using the basic grenades, they don't do quite as much. All right, we got the 220 that we needed. We got the 220, and we want to get him. Then what we want to do is probably burn this down. And then before impact is made on this guy, I'm going to buy 1 thing of ammunition, maybe 2, and do 2 days of drilling, I think. All right, ready? We go 80 reload, or sorry, 80 accuracy to 90. 90 accuracy. We don't even have an officer skill that boosts accuracy, by the way. Yeah, just reload speed. So we're reloading in 30 seconds, which is good. Because most guys are 36 seconds if they have no buffs. In fact, he would be 37 seconds without buff or an officer, but he's down to 30. And 90 accuracy, so this guy should be very, very good. And can anyone else get a promotion? I don't think so. Yeah, my army's really decked out. I'm really happy with where it's at. I'm going to drill for as long as I can. Probably get... Oh, I didn't get the second day in. What do we got? Gustavian. Uh-oh. See, we're going to get charged down. It's the same for me. I feel more attached to the individual troops if I go up with... Yeah, I think 3 brigades. I had the most fun I've ever had just doing 3 brigades and just trying to beat the game with that. This update made the Liechtenstein broke into hell. I didn't change the artillery, so I don't see how it would be more broken than it already was. Lots of Hungarians with Gustav, so we're going to face a giant charging horde. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to form like firing lines that we're going to fall back into. If you don't pay attention to the personality, it can really hurt you. So okay. I'm going to hold this town. You're going running, Kel? And then working out? Cool. Sounds good. Alright. We've got our pretty hussars. Imperial converged. I'm going to have the converged hold the front line. Gideon, I would tell you what the update's about, but can anyone else tell Gideon what this update's about just while I set up my formation? If anyone else is able to. I'm going to... So the converged guys are going to hold the front. Damn, this might be a tough battle. Look how many they have. Damn. Alright. The guards are going to be in the back. They're going to be my final reserve there. At 110 accuracy due to combat effectiveness. Who else has the highest manpower to be in the front line? Probably the British veteran. You know what? We're going to put the heavy grenadiers up front because they have the heavy bayonets for melee to hold the line. And I'm only going to have these 2 guys in the front. They're going to take a beating. Then we're going to have the next 3 consist of like my grenadiers and stuff. I'm going to have Campbell in the very back for countercharging. Same with the light dragoons and the hussars. And so our formation is going to look kind of like this. And then Wellesley's going to hold the rear. And the hussars are going to hold the back here as well. And von Braunschweig We'll roleplay a little bit. He goes, von Braunschweig goes to the church, goes to the bell tower, climbs all the way up the stairs, looks out, and goes, where are those Austrians? And they're on their way. It's taking a while to move up this big formation. I love how everybody asks me what the new units are, but you guys realize you can customize units and remake them anything you want. You can color everyone green and make them Italian. Like, everyone's always shocked. They're like, dude, is that 33rd Wellesley's? They got added to the game? It's like, well, you can kind of make any any unit you want to. Why do the Austrians have Prussian flag? Because there's a mixed force. There's Prussian artillery mixed with the Austrians that are helping each other. I turned off historical enemies because I prefer playing with without historical enemies because you get more variety. So this is a mixed Prussian-Austrian force. Mostly Austrian, but a little bit of Prussian influence in there too. They're moving very slowly. I'm surprised because they actually get a move speed buff by 25%. It's probably because they're really waiting for the artillery. I'm holding my position. Alright, they're breaking formation, so here they come. I might need the British foot to actually move up onto that position there. And if you guys don't know, with the Gustav, they will fire one shot and charge in. So we need to be ready for the countercharge. Chunky, I need the Royal Air Force, dude. I really do need the Royal Air Force. Oh, nice volley. They're going to fire once and probably charge in. It's not guaranteed. I think we're lucky right there. They don't want to charge yet. That is very good. Typically, they're going to fire once and charge. But I think my numbers are scaring them with 1,700 numbers, and they took such high casualties, they got scared off. These dudes are not going to get scared. I guarantee you. They're going to fire once and charge me. Let's make sure the bayonets are on. Yeah, here we go. They're going to fire. I don't even think they fired. They're going in for the charge, yeah. There it is. Yeah, you know the Grenadiers are just going to push in. And I need to hit these guys. If I can delay this by pulling back a little bit. If I pull this way, it'll draw them to the right, which gives a higher chance these guys are going to finish reloading. Oh, they're not going to finish reloading in time. That's a shame. How do I get them? Maybe I could move them up. No. They just need to fall back. Are we getting shot at? We're okay. Yeah, they're just going to get hit, unfortunately. I really want to pull these guys back so they get their volley off. And I'll countercharge. Because we're not braced anyways. Oh, we got hit in the back. Oh, and more charges are coming in. No, don't charge, you idiots. Why are you... How do I turn off... Why are they... It's because they're in a melee, that's why. Oh, jeez. I really wanted them to get their volley off. There we go. Okay, these guys are just being eaten alive. That's fine. Because they're our first line of defense. And you know my new strategy, which is a little exploity, is to actually run through the enemy. Because then we can get the volley off. Right there. We fired, but you couldn't see any of the smoke or muzzle flashes because I'm on Unity and it's turned off. So that would have looked a lot cooler, but I did just fire a volley into their back and kill a bunch of them. Campbell, I'm going to just hold here. My Imperial Converged Musketeers are just holding the line, absorbing casualties. And they're going to repel the Esterhazy naturally. Actually, you know what? Let me speed that up. I can just break the Esterhazy on impact right there. There we go. And then pull back. Reform the British lines. There we go. Falling back to the center. We still have Wellesley. In fact, I'll give Wellesley a little opportunity to fire into that little hole right there. What are these dudes doing? Should I fall them back? I wonder. Or should they just reform and hold? I think they should hold and just delay. These Grenadiers are falling back, but they'll have plenty of time to recover. Move back over here. There we go, they're back. Come on, guys, fire. Oh, are they not going to fire? Are you kidding me? Okay, there we go, there we go. Beautiful, there we go. I had to turn off synchronized firing. And I'll charge in now. Try to hit them. There's artillery coming in too. This is a really tough battle. It's arguably a little too tough. Because I don't even know if I'll win this. And this is only the Act 1 boss. So I think I could probably downgrade one of their brigades that they're fielding. To be fair, I only have 2 brigades. I only have 2, so I didn't have to do only 2. But I imagine if you're a new player and you didn't have the time to build up your army, then maybe you'll be in the same position. We're doing okay, though. I think we'll still win this. To be fair, Gustavian's insane. Yeah, but the player could face Gustavian, right? So, like, you don't want to say, you got bad RNG, you lose. I love how the fuckards can just sit back and they're just picking people off. They field 4 brigades in Act 1. They do. Yeah, they do. I could reduce it. I'm going to swing these guys over to go bring morale to those musketeers. Who are these guys? Oh, shit. I'll countercharge, and these guys will help out. It's going to be a huge ouch. And then I'll pull out of that. Otherwise, the general might die. And let the grenadiers finish up. Considering they also field 4 brigades in Act 2, it'd feel better if they only fielded 1. I agree with you. Maybe what I would do based on it is remove 1 brigade, but make one of them stronger. Like, these Crownland recruits kind of suck. Like, why am I fighting Crownland recruits? So I could axe this brigade completely. And then maybe buff, I don't know, like the artillery or something. Because they're only getting 100 kills. But if I didn't have to deal with this whole right flank, if this was open, but the artillery was a little stronger, maybe that's a better dynamic and more interesting. I don't know. I definitely do think this is too powerful, though. Because for me, I'm using, like, higher level tactics to fight this right now. And if you're a new player, I expect them to maybe be sitting in the corner cowering. I just think it's a little too overtuned. Just a little bit. I personally don't mind it. If I had it my way, I would probably keep it like this, but I just don't see other people being okay like this. Again, to be fair, I don't know what you guys think. I only have 2 brigades. And they're also really small on manpower. Like, my guy's max unit is like 1,200 men, max manpower. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? It looks a little hard, right? To be fair, look at the HP of all my guys. Like, only a few of them have taken a beating. Like, Wellesley has 500 kills and only 30 losses because I stacked him with items. Did I give him the excellent? Yeah, I did. You're on Brigadier. I am on Brigadier, yeah. I'm on... They get an extra unit for every brigade, so I'm fighting an extra 4 units that a new player wouldn't be fighting right now. Has anyone here tried the beta? Because I don't want to speculatively balance this without anyone actually having tried it for themselves. Because what's everyone else's, if you've tried the beta, what's your opinion of the difficulty? This is I love battles like this, though. This is very memorable because it's so close. But I know it's tough for people to fight this. Those Highlanders are just fighting 2 melees at once. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I've got this now. Dude, Campbell is such a beast. 1,000 kills, 200 losses. I do like the quality builds. Oh, I'm going to tear these guys apart. If I can kill the officer, that'd be great. I'm going to go for that. Do I have cavalry left? Where's Granby at? Granby's hanging out. And then Hussars. I might send the Hussars in for a... Well, no, they've got Chevalier right there. I'm leaving that till tomorrow till the Marauders get added. Yeah, I would wait till tomorrow and test those out. I think it'll be fun. Alright, you ready? Fire 1 volley. And then hold. Whoa! They died on impact. Oh my gosh. I don't know how that happened. But they instantly died. I don't know how that happened. Well, all right. Yeah, Campbell's strong. Like I don't know. That looked like a bug, but it might just be the math working that way. Like it might be that their melee was so low and mine was so ridiculously high that when it combined, it just resulted in them dying. All right, we won this. It is historical, though, right? The Highlanders holding the thin red line. Like the painting. Look at these guys. Only 43 guys lost in the 33rd. I'll let them get in and get some kills. There we go. Bloody their spears a little bit. Let's have the purple Hussars finish them off. And we've won. I love that this personality is really fun to fight against because the early attack they do is so powerful, but if you can hold it and repel it, they run out of all this steam. They just become so tired and slow at the end, especially because they get a reload debuff. And it doesn't sound that impactful, but after they charge, they get tired, so they're exhausted with a reload debuff, and so they're reloading their musket like once a minute, and so they're just so out of steam at the end that you can clean them up. So I really enjoy... Gustav is very difficult, but it's very enjoyable to fight. Did you change the amount of Highland regiments from 8 to 6 to get the achievement? It may have been lowered. Is there a point using column and attack column? Yeah, you get higher charge damage and melee in attack column. So you can actually repel charges. If you form like a pseudo square, like a square-looking block of men, you actually can repel charges better that way. So technically square formation's in the game, it's just not a formal button. I definitely want the replenishment on this. Hopefully no one will die. Okay. Yeah, that was excellent. I really like the Gustavians. This thing scares me and makes me uncomfortable, but once you ruin their charge, they lose momentum. Yeah, I really enjoy that dynamic. I think that's quite fun. I would say that battle would have gone much differently if they had Downian tactics. Could you imagine that? Because I would have had to cross all that open ground under artillery fire, and I probably would have lost. So, I don't know. That is tough. Again, to be fair, I'm only using 2 brigades. I'd probably recommend players go up to 3 for that final battle, but it should be winnable on 2 brigades. I just wonder if the AI shouldn't field that many men. Why is there a British regiment with 1,800 men? Because I recruited a auxiliary troop of an Imperial Musketeer from the HRE and put him in a British uniform. So, yeah. We don't have a lot of heavy infantry. Although, I think foot guards are heavy infantry. They are heavy. So I'll take the heavy infantry combat effectiveness, because it boosts my foot guards here as well. And these guys are heavy as well, too. I think my Campbell Highlanders might be considered heavy, are they? Line infantry, okay. But yeah, that's heavy, that's heavy. These guys say line, but I think they're heavy. Yes, that's incorrect. Okay. I can fix that. I've never seen an auxiliary barracks. It's because the weight was so low in the last update, the version you're playing, it's less than 1%, but I changed it for this coming update up to 5%. So it will be much more common now, which I think makes the game a little more fun, because you get like a locally recruited unit here and there. I think that's cool. Yeah, let's go with the 25% less received. Probably sell the rest of this. 15% morale would be great. Fire damage received. Nah, I don't care about that. Melee damage received. That's not bad. But I do like this. Morale with the Bukaberg. Fight the HRE. That sounds fun. And Act 2 now only has 4 patrols instead of 7. 4 patrols instead of 7. So I think that's right. Unless it's 5. But it means there's fewer battles that are more meaningful. So it's a little less grindy. And then Act 3, there's only 3 battles. There's 3 Marauder armies. So now the game feels a little more roguelike-y, just a little bit. And I moved it, I don't know how you guys are going to feel about this, but I moved it slightly in the direction so that you could finish a run either in 1 day of playing or just 2 days. Because I was finding I'd play for the first day and I'd get fatigued. Because I'd get into Act 2, I'd fight a huge battle, then another huge battle, then another huge battle. And I know I'm not even halfway done with it, and I'd get tired, and I'd be done. But in Act 2 and 3, I just reduced the amount of armies you're facing, and increased the amount of cash you gain from fighting a battle, just slightly. So yeah, I have to playtest it more extensively. Like, I'll probably spend all of tomorrow playtesting, and probably all of Thursday playtesting, and if I enjoy the 2 playthroughs, then I'll put the build up on Friday, and then I'll play it live while the build or the update is live. Raid settlements, dismantle slums, okay. Lots of money here. Actually, before I do that, are there any better settlements that give me resale value? There are not. That sucks. Item sale. I could do that. I could get an extra 20% on all this. Is there a mechanism where a field army spawns when you avoid patrols? Yes, there is. But field armies, I think I removed them out of Act 3. Actually, no. I just made them rarer. Because in Act 3, you're dealing with the Marauder armies, and I didn't want that to be annoying. Okay, let's do this. I'm playing modded, but I definitely got the vibe, too, of feeling the meaningless grind. Yeah, I don't want... Act 2... Act 1 should feel grindy. I actually enjoy the grind of Act 1, because the battles are so quick that you can grind the battles out, get the experience, and the loot you want, and get the ball rolling. Act 2, I want to slow it down a little bit, and then Act 3, I don't want any grind. Act 3 shouldn't be about building your army. It should be about, like, testing your army against those 3 Marauder forces, and then fighting the HQ, and you're done. I removed the 2nd HQ battle, and I removed the 6th HQ brigade. So the Act 3 finale is much quicker, and it's not really about building your army out. It's about just testing it against the Marauder forces, clearing them out, making sure they don't destroy all the settlements, because they will burn down settlements now. And you want to rescue settlements because you need places to restock at, especially because the modifier of Act 3 is Desolation, And the desolation modifier reduces the amount of goods stored in towns. So if they burn down all the towns and they have 50% less resources, you will just starve. So you have to take them out. And then with whatever remaining settlements are left, you kind of restock what you can, and then you take out that final HQ, and that's it. Now, here's the thing. If you guys don't like that and you want the double HQ back, we made it a stat, so I can, as easy as this, look at this. Second HQ, true. There, now there's a second HQ battle. We even made it so modders could go in and set a second HQ battle for all 3 acts if they really wanted to. So if someone really misses the second HQs and want to mod it so that all 3 acts have them, you actually can. There's even more modding potential now. This was previously not there, but for now I removed it. Because again, I'm trying to make it so... the early game is like... you're building up, you fight. You're building up more, you fight. You're building up more, you fight. And then you fight your... there's probably even more fights. You're probably doing like the intro patrol battle, a patrol, a encamped army, another patrol battle, maybe a field army, and then you're fighting the HQ. Then in the next act, I just want you to fight 1 patrol, maybe a second. You fight an army from an encounter, you fight an encamped army, and then you fight the boss. And then you get into the 3rd act, and now your army's already built. So you fight 1, 2, 3 marauders, and then 1 HQ, and it's done. This looks like a lot of dots already, right? This looks like I'm barely squeezing in all these dots. You might be going, well, dude, this is already way too many battles. But before the way it was, what you're currently playing on the default branch, what you're currently fighting is you fight the depot battle, you fight up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 patrols with the field armies. That's still in the game, by the way. I didn't reduce the patrol armies of Act 1, so that's still there. That grind is still there. You fight the encamped and the HQ, and then you have to fight 1. This is removed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 patrols of Act 2, and you have to fight the encamped army and a field army, and then the HQ. And then in the 3rd act, in the current default branch, you have to fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 patrols, and probably an encamped army and a field army, and then you have to fight 2 HQ battles back to back. And so you can see the difference there, you know what I mean? Like, this to me is the ideal, like, tight experience. You can play, like, I want you to play it like a roguelike where you have fun in a run. You don't get to accomplish everything. Like, I like that in this, I'm not going to be able to fill out 5 brigades, most likely. But my next run, as maybe France, I will probably have 5 brigades. But those are 2 very different playthroughs I got to do. Whereas in this current game, because of the amount of battles, you're definitely going to be at 5 brigades by this point. In fact, you're probably at 5 brigades right here. Whereas in the regular game, you're probably at 4 brigades there. And then the 5th brigade is more of a question mark if you want to try to get there or not. This feels like better balancing than this, which the game is very precarious in terms of this like scaffolding here, just barely being held together. And this takes you like 3 sessions to beat, 3+ sessions. But I like the idea that you can beat this in like 1 or 2 sessions and just keep playing the other army types and just have fun. Like, it should be energizing finishing a run that you want to jump back in and not tiring like this is. That's just my opinion, though. It's going to be a controversial change. I know some people aren't going to see it the way I'm seeing it, but I think it will be for the better when people get used to it. Because I normally quit in the middle of Act 2 because the grind of 7 patrol battles is too much. But 4 I can do. 4 is actually fun. I'm not going to sell these off. I think I am going to get that 3rd brigade slot as soon as I can, though. We're going to duck. You know what we're going to do? We're going to burn this down. We're going to duck patrols as long as we can. And we're going to get the extra unit from the raiding on our 3rd brigade. So there we go. And then we just have to raid a couple more settlements. I'm going to forage to get the view. Let's check both roads and see where the next village is. There's a village right there. Oh, damn. Okay. We'll get here and raid quickly. If we can raid without getting attacked, because there are fewer patrols, we can actually get that extra unit. Act 3 feels like Frodo and Sam. Oh, there's the 18,000. Shit. Well, they're not too scary. It's just a bunch of crap units, aren't they? Just lots of Christ Musketeers. We knew it was bound to happen. We could probably upgrade a little bit of our gear before fighting this, though. 15%. 20%. I'd probably get the morale. I'm actually taking greatcoats over breastplates for the first time, because I buffed them, which is good. Anyone else who has missing item slots, we'll just fill them up with random crap for now. And I can always unequip the basic items and sell them later. But yeah, let's see if this is too hard for a patrol, Act 2 patrol or not. To be honest, I'm glad they're gone. I remember the first time I beat the Act 3 HQ. I threw my whole army away to win the battle. And then I got flabbergasted by another 6th Brigade army that I somehow won. Yeah. Yeah. I can see people getting frustrated. But it had a little charm because it was fun to surprise people. But I can see that, like, I did it because Act 3 was boring otherwise. Like, there was nothing special about Act 3. But now that Act 3 is the Marauder armies, that changes the dynamic. You actually have to stop the Marauders, and there's no patrols anymore at all. There's 0 patrols in the region. But you have to stop the Marauders from burning down the region, and that gives you a whole new objective. And that's interesting to me. And now you don't need the surprise brigade of Act 3 to make it interesting anymore. Am I changing the starting units? I did change a few starting units. Yeah, I changed just a couple of them. Mainly buffs. Just kind of buffs across the board for most compositions. The one I'm playing now, the British one, did not get any changes or buffs, though. To be fair, I think what I'm playing... What do you guys think about this? Maybe the composition I currently am needs a little more cash. Just a little bit more, because the brigade costs are expensive. Like, I feel like I should have a little more money right now. Just a little bit more. Because this patrol feels a little overwhelming. If I had one more unit, it would feel a bit better. I do know I bought a lot of equipment. Like, look at the... I have one unit here. Look at all this. I have all this equipment here. But I wouldn't mind if I had, like... Maybe I should have started the game with, like, 100 more dollars as this composition. Oh, Jesus. What is that? Artillery. Howitzer. Okay, so they have short range, as you can see, but it's high damage. I think just going back to $10 a day for Britain would be good. I did change it to that, actually. They do get $10 a day. But I still feel just a little bit short on cash. Just a little bit. Maybe you could give more starting equipment. I could do that. That's not a bad idea, and the player could sell it. You're right. It's not a bad idea, Q. Damn, the manpower on that is huge. We're going to get shot in the back, probably. But yeah, I would say, honestly, I would just put a note for myself and say, starting British composition just feels slightly weak. Might need slightly higher cash or starting ammo for drilling. Could even decide to give it an item or something instead. Really look into the Act 1 finale difficulty and Act 2 patrol difficulty. I think this battle should be fine, though. This isn't that scary. It's all basic musketeers. It's just a whole bunch of crap units. And I can kind of brute force my way through some of this. Just one Act 1 on max difficulty with auxiliary corps. How was it? Was it like the right amount of challenge, do you think? Oh, they're falling back. Oh, we can shoot them in the back. We get the fire flanking damage bonus, so hopefully we annihilate them with this volley. We're using buckshot, too. Come on, guys. There we go. Nice. And I'm going to pull off Campbell and have the Hussars try to kill the officer. Yeah. Yeah, this battle isn't so hard. I think I'm getting intimidated by these battles because I only am using 2 brigades, but I realize my guy's quality is so high. The only thing that hurts me really is artillery at this point. The one thing that is unfortunate is like my best, most reliable units are the 2 German ones I have. So I can see why people think Britain's like weak, because look at this. I mean, they're just suffering such high losses. I'm at the point that if I would have gotten a fight, I will take it, because cash runs out quickly. In my Russia playthrough, I've been pissing away a whole lot of money just trying to keep my army fed, running short on cash, since I couldn't find that many armies in Act 2. Yeah. Yeah, again, these converged grenadiers, I mean, look at the kills on these guys compared to any of my other. Meanwhile, my British veteran foot is struggling. I don't know, I could see the case of... I get why, like, these grenadiers aren't doing that well, right? Because, like, they have all these melee buffs, and 89 melee, I'm not using it properly, so I get why I'm struggling with them. But I feel like these veteran foot should be a little bit better. I wouldn't mind. I get these guys feel balanced, right? 540 kills. But I could see maybe the British going up in accuracy slightly more, like 5 accuracy for the whole British line, potentially. I could be wrong, though. Again, I'm only using 2 brigades, so I kind of need to... Who are these guys meleeing? Oh, my Campbell... Dude, my Campbell Highlanders are strung between 2 units. I feel like this is a new thing that's happening. Yeah. Yeah, let me note this down. To be honest, I think the most frustrating issue in the game right now, the melee issue? Or this melee issue, okay. Is it just in the beta, or is this in the regular version too? Yeah, this battle wasn't too hard. And the foot guards are really good. I'm enjoying the foot guards. Okay, so... Dude, these are the Christ Musketeers, and they're incredible. I don't know what people mean when they say the Christ units are not good, because they're honestly outperforming my British units. But yeah, I could maybe see the British getting a +5% or +5 melee or +5 reload. The English troops. There. What do I want from this? Probably cash. I need to start building up the cash again, fill out that 3rd brigade. Because 2 is just a little too small. It's possible to actually win like this, I bet, if I really min-maxed it. But I'm just making it needlessly difficult for myself then. There, that's destroyed. There's a slum there. I might as well take that out. That's perfect. There's another slum there. I want to take out another settlement if I can. Oh, dude. When this happens, yeah, I think reload would make them feel too much like Prussians, right? So let's just say that. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way, dude. I can't do it. I'm so pissed off. I hate when that happens. This is like the worst encounter in the game. Who died? Granby died. I'll just buy a really good officer. That's fine. Granby didn't have enough officer buffs anyways. I need an officer with more, sorry, accuracy buffs. Yeah, look what we have here. I mean, look at that. Reload speed, 15. Range, 10%. It's not that good. We can also remove skills, luckily. Let's see here. Morale's 15%, it's not bad. Another 5%'s not bad. Charge, I don't need. Melee, I don't need. Charge, I don't need. I mean, this guy's a good replacement for Boner. Let's see. Sheer is... Fire damage received is nice. Morale damage received less. So this guy's very good at, like, negating fire. Combat effectiveness, 10% is very good. This is one of the best traits in the game. Reload speed is good. I could just... You know what I'll do? Buy this and remove the Burly because we don't need it. And I know it's a lot of money, but that's fine. We'll respec. Because it's worth it for the legendary. Look at that. 15% less chance he dies and 10% combat effectiveness with the reload and less fire and morale damage received. Which you need for the British because they just keep getting their ass kicked with casualties. To be honest, $500 is way too much. Yeah, I think it probably is. Let me check what the officer removal price is. Let me check. I think you're right. That's a good point. I'm glad you mentioned it because I kind of didn't even think twice about it. Officer reroll cost. There it is. So I think... what is it? What is 50, 100? Ah, gosh, what does it do? It does scale with... It does scale with the level, yeah. 50, 100. I think it means the first reroll is an extra 50 and the next reroll is an extra 100. That's reroll, though. We're not looking at reroll, right? We're looking at remove the officer trait. Oh, gosh, what is it called? Trait, maybe skill, actually. That's what we looked up, isn't it? Trait? Damn, what the hell is it called? Maybe it's just under officer. Yeah, I'll ask where it is because I can't find it. I'll reduce that later. This is for my... Yeah, we'll give him confident. This guy's very good. That dude needs a little bit more of a buff. I need to get out of here. I'm gonna grab a little bit of that and a little bit of this. And in which town we're trying to get to? We are trying to get to this one for the higher resale value. So I'm gonna force march out of there and hide. We'll get a really good staff officer. That's not bad. Big morale buff and casualty restoration. That'd be good for like these Brunswickers who I feel like they're dying a lot. Then I'm gonna slip through. And I really want to find... Where's another slum? I want to get to that slum. Let's check out the outpost real quick. Of course. Grab this slum. Plague village. Burn it. God, those slum encounters suck. We need to burn Auerstadt. We need 2 more slums. Oh, are you kidding me? I did not want to fight this. I'm actually going to dodge it and burn this down. Because check it out, I get the Carabineers if I do that. And then run up. Winter's coming, that's fine. Get up here. Then sell off all this stuff that I don't want. And buy my own items. And get filthy, filthy rich. There, look at the money now. Buy some of this. That's good. Move Bukaberg over to the melee officer, I imagine. We have a lot of melee troops, surprisingly. And I didn't really want to go for melee. It's mainly this Brunswick Grenadiers kind of throwing things off, because I'd rather move him here and complete that set for the melee. I'll just put him kind of in reserve, and the rest will be accuracy units. Probably 2 artillery and 1 foot is what we can do. Give these guys beer and breastplates. We can grab British foot, Dragoon Guards, Highland Grenadiers. Lots of, like... Yeah, lots of, like, Grenadier units, unfortunately. When I really wanted something else. I could grab another marksman. Is there a way that if you have cav with a gun and put their ammo to 0, you can lock it? Yeah, I wish you could. That's not a bad idea. Excellent buck and ball. There's a lot of good choices here. Is there an artillery option? Damn, there's not a lot of good... Not a lot of good ones there. Range and reload speed would have been a good officer. In fact, I could give that to my 3rd brigade. If he's going to be artillery with infantry. That's not a bad mix. Take the recruit. Should I really take the recruit, though? I could grab the recruit and turn him into artillery through combat and drilling. Yeah, I could do that. Artillery is not too expensive on the tree, right? It's only 2. Yeah. It's only 2. We'll grab food and manpower. I'll grab a good gun while I'm at it. Look at that. Brummer for 1,700. I think we'll spend all of our money on it. Yeah, screw it. Why not? Oh, 1720. We need... Alright. Grab the Brummer. And then we'll have that in preparation for this guy. I will drill for a day. There we go, nice. And he got an instant promotion in 1 day. That's awesome. I'll fight this battle, and then he'll be artillery. So we're in a good spot. I think we recovered a bit. I think we rebounded. We just got a little bit of bad RNG there, losing like an officer and having kind of bad quest goals here. They do have a cuirassier. Good infantry as well, and good infantry there. So this is definitely a harder fight. Plus they got a cav buff, so this is a much more challenging battle. Will I buff Prussian Fusiliers? I don't think so. I don't know. It's 9 o'clock now. Slums need a buff, to be honest. Does anyone ever bother? Yeah. They're always negative. Yeah. I can look into making slums better, reduce the chance of a negative event, and make some of Nico's new encounters at slums. Let me check if we're getting any new slum encounters, because we are adding a few. Let me just see what they're going to. We're getting a jeweler. Hold on. I'll just check right now, because I do agree. This is my horrible sketch for the new encounters. We added the old monastery. We added the livestock trader. We added the military theorist. We have not added the military parade. So that's new. This will be coming. We have not added this fort battle yet. Abandoned earthworks have not been added yet. Mired in mud is a negative event for the caravan. So that's good. The caravan is usually pretty good, so this will kind of... I think caravan's kind of 50-50. It's kind of balanced, so this tips it a little bit into the worst scale with the Mired in Mud event. So I don't know if I love that, but that's fine. And then Poacher Camp is new. So there's not a single new slum encounter, is there? Actually, the Artillery Foundry. Aha! This one is new. Okay, that's good. So this is going to be a new encounter to slums, which is a expert gunsmith black market. And so you could buy a random excellent tier cannon or a random excellent tier gun for cheap. Is it possible to check the Liechtenstein 12-pounder? Didn't I just buy one of those? It didn't... That it single-handedly threw my run? I don't know. It has some of the best stats. I can show you what they look like. It does have some of the best stats. Here's the Liechtenstein. It's got 60-second reload time, which is kind of on par with... What do we want to compare it to? Like a Brummer? So it takes 15 seconds longer. The accuracy is 30% though, which is higher than just about all of these besides the low calibers. The explosion radius is a 2.5, which is the same. Cannonball damage is a 3.5, which is about the same as this one. So let's see what its proficiency is in, because these all look identical right now. Hold on. 55 reload time, 60. So right now the Liechtenstein is worse than the Iron 12-pounder, but let's see where it picks up. Gets slightly better accuracy. And the range is gigantic. It has the highest range in the game, so this is where it's better. I think the reason the Liechtenstein it performed poorly is because the range is gigantic, but it doesn't have a huge accuracy buff and it reloads slowly. So you need to get reload and accuracy items on it, but you don't need any range items. So it can hit really far, but it's missing a lot. I think that's what happened to you. So you needed higher accuracy. You probably didn't even need the reload. If you just got even better accuracy, if it would hit more consistently, then it can fire far away and just be hitting its targets. But it was probably shooting really far away and just missing constantly. I'm running it on a veteran Saxon artillery and it's getting outperformed by the Iron 3-pounder. Yeah, I think the issue is the big guns aren't inherently better than small guns. They can just fire further, so you need items to get the accuracy fixed. And when the accuracy is fixed, then they become better than the small guns. But that was a change we made because people were just not buying any of the small caliber guns and just buying the top tier, and that was that. So you need to actually invest into them just a little bit to get more out of them. God, the Campbell Highlanders, I mean, he might as well advance all the way up here. And these guys are Sebeskian, which I think is more offensive, so they should be attacking me and using cavalry. I'll put the Convergent Musketeers up front because they're quite good. I'm going to have the Redcoat recruits also hold the front line to just get combat experience. I'm firing at 300 range, and it's getting 120 kills. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. The Brummer can throw a run. I genuinely don't like it. Feels like a slow reloading 6-pounder. Yeah, I mean, I would just have to playtest the artillery, I guess. The last time I did an Austrian run, I actually was able to win battles with like 3 artillery guns, just sitting there and just bombing them before they could even get to me. So I just need to go test it out and see, because I'm just not experiencing what you guys are. I don't know why. Where are my recruits? They're moving up, yeah. I just want these guys to, like, get bloodied a little bit. Yeah, Granby's dead. Now we have Shearer. Shearer's, I think, probably a better officer than the last one we had. Okay, we're getting charged. I'll let them absorb the charge and I'll move them in. Senate, are you in the beta or are you in the regular version? Artillery is somewhat weak because most artillery items have harsh downsides. Yeah. I can look at the items and see. But I think the issue is, if you're not playing with items, the artillery is not very good. Beta the Hildburghus. I actually don't find the Hildesberg bonus to be that powerful. Because if your melee is good enough that they're too scared... How are these guys losing that many men? Jeez. Oh, jeez, the foot guards are killing them. If you have a strong front line with decent melee, the Hildburghausen doesn't even charge you with some of their guys. Which composition were you? You outnumbered, so they can throw 3 units on your one, yeah. Oh my god. Dude, they do not need an accuracy buff. Did you just see... Look, within the range cone, everyone's dead on the left side of the range cone. Look at all the dudes who just got annihilated. I don't think they need an accuracy buff. I mean, I just shaved off. Look, the number's still going down. Look at that. Dude. That's one of the most devastating things I've seen. They don't even have buckshot or anything. I do not think they should get a buff. I think they're fine the way they are. I think they're fine. We're cutting that off. That is fine. I don't even have max items on them. Could you imagine if I had 4 more excellent items? That was like they hit 100% of their targets there. That was one volley, yeah. Just knocked them all down. Oh, there's cuirassiers behind us. Uh-oh. Fighting in the park. These guys are preparing an attack column, so I'll shift to face them. The Redcoat recruits are actually holding their own fairly well. They're beating the Saxon Musketeers, surprisingly. They want to charge those redcoat recruits. I'm going to clip them and stop them. Yep. Oh, that is not good. Hold on. That's a bug. Yeah. Yeah. The accuracy, the shot these guys did was not a bug. This was just high level of accuracy at close range between two regiments caught in a crossfire. This is definitely not right. That they got one touched, one tapped. They don't even have officer skills, which helps me diagnose the issue, but they got tapped and just died instantly. And I don't know how. So I'm going to screenshot this and try to work on figuring this out tomorrow. I think we changed something recently with the melee damage received, so. Okay, so I'll look into that tomorrow. That's crazy, though. Hi, Kelly. What's up? You doing good? You're going to run again? Or your run was good? You can talk.
Yeah, my run was good.
Using charades, yeah. I'm wrapping up soon, so I'll make us dinner after your bath. Okay.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah. Good.
What are you streaming?
I'm just playtesting right now, and I found a bug, which is bothering me because I don't know how I'm going to replicate it.
Are you excited to use your Mac as well to test it?
Not really. I don't want to set that thing up. I hate Macs.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. It'll be okay. I'll do it for the... Not this update, but the next update we'll add the Mac support. There appears to be weird math going on with brace. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I think there's just some brace issue. Okay, we got a lot of money from that. Practically made 1,000 from that alone. 1,400. Gonna get the reload speed up. I'll get the morale up for combat effectiveness. Do we have a canteen? At a quartermaster? No canteens. Accuracy, reload. More accuracy. So look, I can deck this cannon out. And I still want an item or two on him. Pistols and lance should be primary weapons. Yeah, I just don't have the time to do it, unfortunately. We'd have to create unique models for it. For both of them. And pistols doesn't make sense as a primary weapon because you actually use a pistol in melee combat. You use a pistol pretty much as a weapon as close as you would use as a sword at this time period. So it wouldn't make sense as a primary weapon. I could do that. Let's see where all the encamped armies are. There's one at the bottom of the screen, one at the top, middle. Where's the last slum we have to go to? God, those are unfortunate placements. Probably hit the one on the left there. I would fight this. They're going to use Blandian. With lots of cav and fire by rank. Let's see how the artillery does. Would you buff the Hessian Grenadiers with a little more stamina? I don't think I want to touch any units right now. But if people request it later, I can look into that. But for now, I'm not too concerned about them. Alright, big open field in front of us. Only 4 batteries. I'm going to get them nice and close. What is the morale on these guys? 123, okay. This is a good defensive position. They're likely to be defensive, but how much artillery? They have no artillery, so they're not going to be defensive. So let's see if the artillery sucks, like everyone's saying. I only have 4 guns, though. Not the 6 that you need. I'm gonna hold fire. I'll probably shoot at these guys once they're a little closer in range. I don't want to hit max range. I think the Brunswick units, I don't know if they're better than the Hessians. I think they're better in some ways, but worse in others. Alright, let's hit them now. I'm at max range, so I don't really expect much. What do we got in reload? 36-second reload's not bad. They reload as fast as my infantry. So that should be good firepower. We'll keep targeting the Grenadier there. They get 20% infantry melee damage received, so I'll use my cavalry against them. Don't move up. What are you doing? Okay, we got our lines formed up. I'm happy with this. They're at very far ranges. Oh, that was a nice shot. I wiped out a whole platoon over there. That's not bad. The issue I'm having with this is they are formed up very thin because of the Blandian doctrine requires 3 rows of men. So I'm not hitting these big groups of targets. By the way, the other thing I'll say is artillery is not meant to be the main casualty inflictor. Like, here's the problem. I make artillery do a lot of damage, and suddenly everyone fields entire armies of artillery because they do more damage than the infantry. So then I make the artillery do less damage and more morale damage, and then everyone says the artillery doesn't do anything. So there is no possible way to balance it to have everyone satisfied. But the artillery does maybe 10 to 15% more morale damage than infantry volleys do. So if you are firing with infantry with artillery overhead, which you can use them stacked like this, you will deal more morale damage. Like, look at that dude's morale just from 100 kills, but I've already shaved off a fifth or a sixth of their morale there. But yeah, I am firing at the artillery currently, or sorry, the cavalry, because it's a denser block of men. Oh my god, what happened to these guys? Dude, these foot guards are just insane. Holy. If I gave them buckshot, they would... If I gave these guys buckshot, they'd be getting like 1,000 kills. Cavalry does take more damage from artillery, yeah, it does. But 189 kills is not bad for low-level battalion guns with no traits and missing 2 gun slots here. And no veterancy either. Like, this is fine. It's the same amount of kills as my grenadiers have right now. And like I said, it's also the morale damage. Like, all that morale is gone in that cavalry that's sitting in the back. Probably switch targets here and... Oh. Britain update, currently on a 5 modifier run. I don't think Britain specifically is getting up. Look at that. My artillery almost shattered them after Campbell routed them. If I had landed one more shot, I would have shattered them. We are getting flanked over here. So I'm going to change that line. I'll try to hit that cav. They're running away from me. Okay, form up, form up. There you go. Nice. The patrol armies seem pretty good in Act 2. Like, this doesn't seem too bad to me. I think it is a little harder than the previous update. But I'm playing on hard, so I think I'm okay with that. The other thing about artillery, too, is you do need to, like, deploy it in mass. You need, like, 2 or 3 guns for it to start feeling more effective. Gonna try to prevent these guys from repositioning. Does the mustering stance get influenced by the comp's preferred units? It does, yes it does. So the Saxons will muster more Saxon recruits. And I buffed mustering massively. It actually seems like it'd be pretty fun to try because you get 2 veterancy per brigade. So you can actually get to 10 veterancy recruits, which no... You shouldn't even be allowed to get 10 veterancy because 9 is the max. Oh my god, there it is again. Yeah, something's up with the charge damage here. That's wrong. At least I'm replicating it frequently enough. That's actually really good that I'm replicating it this much because this means I can just keep a save file, and I can get it replicated tomorrow. So let me go ahead and get the save file for this. There. Because that's nuts. It's just something going on with the brace. Something... The damage is just... The damage calculation's wrong. Because we changed it today when we redid the deployable. The deployables. It's annoying they run... They're so wide because they're forming 3 rows of men with 1,600 guys that the Christ infantry tends to have problems with bland. You know what I might do? Is for the AI, I might make it so the HRE can't use the really thin rows of personalities because they have the pathfinding issues. So if we look at preferred rows, you can see here if I freeze it, okay, there we go. If I look at the preferred rows, you can see they prefer 3 rows, 3 rows, 3 rows. So Frederican, Maurician, and Blandian should not be used for the HRE. Or at least, let me see. Yeah, I would try to exempt them from all three of those. Because their units are too big. They're just fielding so many of these big 1,800-man blocks. I know Russia does that too, so maybe Russia shouldn't use those either. And France also has a problem with that, but let me check. France is deploying 1,600. The HRE is deploying 1,800. And the Russians deploy 2,000 to 1,800. So yeah, it's just Russia and the HRE that are the big problems here. These guys in particular have what? Yeah, 1,800 men. There. It'll also make them more effective because why not limit the max width? Because it works with other countries. Like, if you don't have 1,800 men, you can form up, like, look at my guys. I can form up with 3 rows like this, which looks nice, right? And if you're using fire by rank, it's better to form up 3 rows to... I could change that. Do you guys... I could make it so Russia and the HRE can use bland, but just make it so when any nation uses bland, they form up denser ranks. I would have to say they would have to use like 5 rows of men instead of the 3. What do you guys think? It would mean a little less variety for all nations using bland, because bland would look... Bland, Frederick, and Mauritian would all be using 4 or 5 rows of men, which would make it look like the other personalities who use denser blocks. But it would mean that Russia and the HRE can use the shooting personalities then. Does that make sense? So we can... Either way, I think both solutions kind of suck. We just have to choose which one we prefer in that case. Do you guys have a preference? Who's left? Just those guys. Who was that? The artillery? Yeah, the artillery just hit, by the way. Fired one hit, hit this group there, and routed the entire platoon all the way from back here across the map with only 4 cannons, using the worst base accuracy, because the British have the worst artillery in the game. So, I don't know. I think the artillery is decent. It requires a little finesse to use, I think. Sometimes it's not as easy, I will admit. It's not intuitive to use. Sometimes it gets stuck in these like angles where it's just missing a lot. Okay, apparently there's been a ceasefire. Which tonight was the deadline. Okay, well that's good. I am glad to see that. I thought Prussia had the worst artillery. No, I think Britain probably does. I want the replenishment. Range and accuracy, I'll take that. And then this guy is also kind of a range accuracy guy. Reroll one last time. This is not bad. I'll take that. A lot of my dudes are maxed out. Need a little bit of ammo. I want to go back up here and buy that one item I wanted for the artillery. Which I wanted, actually, I wanted the buck and ball rounds, didn't I? Probably this too. Don't I already have a lumber chest? I don't. So grab that. And I give the buck and ball to these dudes and tell them to use it by default. Fire by rank, move speed, and veterancy gain. Well, we're grabbing him. I don't know where to put him, though. I guess if I were to open a 4th Brigade, but I don't really want to. A-Line Productions, we're doing an update Friday, so if you're going to jump back in, I'd wait till this weekend at least, because I think the update really improves on the game and adds a lot new stuff. Yeah, this guy also needs to get promoted soon. And Dachenhausen. I don't know. I'll keep him in reserve. I just had to buy him because he has fire by rank. I will drill up for a little bit to replenish. And then I will get this guy promoted. We're set. Who needs... This guy needs a little bit more training. And then let's move on to dismantling the last slum. I don't want to run into that army. Let's hit this outpost. Ah, there's the winter. Move speed, visibility, and provision consumption. So that's pretty big. Just need a little bit of ammo. I'll drain it out of the cav. Delay the HQ a week. Gives me time to fight that battle. I want to hit the last slum. I'm burning through food, so I'm going to slow down because of winter. There we go. I got the infantry morale buff. I bet the foot guards are crazy now. 87. Fire damage received and morale. I want to knock out the convoy, the encampment, and then take out that army up top. I get a recruit infantry if I give them a musket, but I don't really want to recruit. So I'd rather just grab the reservists, who at this point are more valuable. Actually, the ammo is more valuable. Field hospital. Let's just grab this. Let's drill for 2 days. And get in there, because we're out of food. And we didn't take any attrition, luckily. Does anyone need a promotion? Or are we pretty much maxed out? I'm trying to get this guy up to the foot guard. He's almost there. But yeah, once I get these 2 units, I bet I could take on the next HQ with 3 brigades that are very tall. And I'm getting there. I've got a decent amount of item slots. I think all the money I get from the next battle, I should just buy tons of items. They can have double Georg Grenadiers with lots of morale and cav. 20,000 men. I would have a lot more stamina right now to play if my stream didn't mess up so badly early on. But I've only been playing for 3... I mean, when have I started? I started once we got this working. So about 2.5 hours ago. And yeah, I bet I can finish the game in like... If I played for 2 more hours, I'd finish the game. So the game is faster now, which is nice. It doesn't drag quite as much. And we've now gotten to the big battles. So see here, we now have the bigger battlefields. Which is cool. God, the morale is crazy. Hold on, let me just stack. Look how many bars of morale. I've never seen that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What about the... Oh, this guy doesn't have as high a morale as the other. 140 morale. I don't think I've seen that. And 130% combat effectiveness. Okay. Yeah, that's nuts. I wonder how effective if I put everyone to a ball and just, like, push this forward. But, yeah, we'll just go ahead. Yeah, 140 pretty much means they're going to fight to the death. Which can be good, it can be bad. My cannons my cavalry is a little bit dispersed among my brigades. A little inefficiently. Oh, by the way, I'm working on a board game / card game. And I have a lot of concepts, but I don't have a clear direction I want to go right now. So maybe... Do I want to bring that up another stream? I'll probably bring it up a different stream, because I just don't even... I'm too tired to talk about it, actually. But I would really like to get your opinions on it, because I've been a little bit stuck, because I have some concepts or some prototypes. Mainly concepts, not prototypes, that I have that I would like to see what you guys prefer. Because there's a few different directions I could go. And I know not everybody is like a big physical like board game fanatic, but I thought it'd just be fun to work on one, even if it's not going to be super profitable. So next time I will share some concepts and see what you guys like. Yeah, once we get another foot guard, I think we're in a good spot. I might make this the last battle for this stream, because I gotta make dinner. But I'm liking the new pacing. It feels like you can finish a run a little quicker. Like, I bet if I just did one more session, I would be able to finish this rather easily. There we go, 71 kills in the first shot at max range. So the artillery is really doing better now. That's because of the 91 accuracy. That's very good. Whoever was using the artillery, by the way, the hills give more accuracy than they used to. So getting on a hill is huge. Let me see what the elevation bonus is. You're getting 15% buff. That's like having an extra officer trait just from the elevation. So it is definitely worth it. And accuracy on artillery doesn't affect damage, it just affects your chance to hit. Whereas infantry pretty much affects damage. Because they're not shooting out a giant cannonball. Oh, are they defensive? Yeah, they're defensive because they have got 3 artillery and I have 1. Okay. Fair enough. Thought I could defend. Dude, the defensive stance is tough sometimes. You gotta just leave your good position. Luckily my range... Do we have a range buff? Yeah. My range is pretty decent. I should be able to actually pick them off. Kel, have you started your bath or are you done?
No, I'm not done.
Did you start it yet?
I'm about to.
Okay, got it. Alright, here we go. Oh my god. Dude, they wipe out entire platoons when they fire. The Coldstream are just insane. I think they might... It's 145 accuracy. This is maxed out. I think it's not even getting any more bonus beyond 140 or 130. So this is the maximum damage they're possibly doing. I think that's true. I could be wrong. I think the limit could be a little higher. But that's insane. Oh my god. Yeah. How the fuck are people saying the British are not good at accuracy? That's 2 volleys and 1,000 kills. Does anyone else, like, is this... I don't see how people... I got 1,000 kills in 2 volleys. And I completely killed every single guy in the entire unit. Yeah, 450 kills a volley. And I don't even have maxed out items on them. I mean, they have 4 items. It's primarily the officer traits that's helping an insanely high morale stat. Yeah, they definitely don't need an accuracy buff. I could probably get it even higher. I got too close too soon. Again. Is it this unit that did it last time as well that instantly killed? Let me see. British Light Dragoon. Brunswick Grenadier. And British Light Dragoon again. I'm just going to record every time it happens. I wonder what's going on with the stats they've got. Let me look at what stats they have here. Accuracy. That doesn't help. Reload speed, move speed, that doesn't help. Combat effectiveness 10% does help a little bit. Fire damage received is fine. Morale damage received is fine. There's something going on here. Like, this unit is really destroying, and this unit is also destroying. Both of them in the same group. But then... Also, at some point, it was the Brunswick Grenadiers, who were part of a different officer. So I don't see the connection fully yet, but something's going on. I'm just doing insane amounts of damage. Like, this is the highest amount of damage I've ever done ever in the game, and it's surprising because I rebalance the combat to be a lot slower, so I'm surprised there must be some kind of glitch or something, because I'm getting off so many kills. The artillery is doing fine. 450 kills and I forgot to use it. Yeah. My left flank's actually faltering a little bit. Trying to mop up over here. Let's see if these guys can just one-tap charge. Again. I'll actually test that out. Let's use these guys to do the one-tapping. Let's see if they do it. No, they didn't one-tap that time. Surprisingly. I did suffer some losses, like my Coldstream guards really got... I don't think you ever one-tap by charging someone, but they charged you all 3 times you were the defender. Interesting. Interesting. Very good point. And what kind of doctrine we get? Oh my god, this will be unbelievable. I need food, I forgot. Okay, I'm gonna rush over. I have enough manpower to bleed through my food, though. Why does target training reduce reload? Because you take a longer... First, for balancing purposes, but secondly, if you want to aim and be more precise, you're firing less frequently. It's like giving more trigger discipline to your guys. It's the same reason why in Vietnam the M16 had burst fire, so they're not going through all their rounds. It kind of limits the ammo you're burning through, because a lot of untrained guys will just hold down the trigger and just fire. And so this time, you're just kind of... as soon as you reload, you shoot. There was actually a problem with soldiers at this time where they would try to burn through all of their ammo as quickly as possible so they could be sent to the reserve. And that's why volley fire was also important, because when you told guys they could free fire, they would just focus on volume and they would burn through as much ammo as they can. They wouldn't even aim at the target in order to say, hey, I'm out of ammo, I can be sent to the back. And so volley fire was more about like controlling the discipline and making sure people took their time. Everybody fires at once. Don't waste your shots. So I think that's also part of the explanation for that. Who gets charged a lot? Probably my Wellesley troops. I can give them a good... Let's max out Wellesley here, because this guy's insane. Let's see how much more insane we can make him. Grab that. Let's grab the pipe. And what's his accuracy at? 114. It's now 118. Just reloading and pretending to fire, yeah. Yeah. Bibles are for fire damage received. I mean, that's helpful. I want a gold item, though. I really want all gold. As much as I can get. Oh, there's some good swords here. What else could I give to... We fought pretty much all the battles we need to in this region. We have another encamped army we could take out if we want to. This is good. Take one of those. I need like a quartermaster. There we go. Anything gold here? I got accuracy. There we go. Buy ammo. Yeah, I could do that. I don't want to sell off stuff here. I might even just burn it. Only 3 items. So there's an encamped army there. Where do I want to go? Probably take on the encamped army, right? It's crazy how good my guys are without even having maxed out items. I feel like I just want to stop at one more village, and I'll drill to get my replenishment up. I'll let them fight me. Go ahead. Kind of annoyed this army spawned in because I wanted to fight the encamped army. Do we like that this army spawned in? I don't know if I like that. I guess it should. It discourages the player from sitting around, because I was sitting around and just going village to village burning. So it really is a way to stop the player. So yeah, I think that's okay. Give the tea to the artillery. You're right, I could do that. They already have coffee. 6-2 versus 8-4. That's better, yeah. Coffee is worse. Like, you shave off 2 or 3 seconds, but it's not a huge help. I'd rather give that to someone else. I could make these guys reload quickly, because they have carbines down to 23 seconds. That's more helpful, I think. Because getting off that last volley and firing in with buckshot's helpful, I think. And getting this guy to foot guard level. Oh, I like the purple flowers with the purple flag. That's cool. Got everyone like maxed out at 9 veterancy. I was hit with 2 patrol armies back to back, yeah. I wonder if you could make different campaign opinions for shorter and longer campaigns? Or options? I don't think so. I think I like it the way it is. I don't think I would do that. This map's very easy to defend on. You just take that river. God, Wellesley's got like no men. The replenishment is so slow. God, look at the morale. Look how many bars of morale. It's not even complex, lucky number. I just think if you offer that setting, people are going to gravitate toward one and not going to actually use it. Like there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things in game design where you will do a ton of work for a setting that no one will ever touch. Like, did you know, if you guys had to guess, what do you think the percentage is of people who play with the 1939 scenario as opposed to the 1936 scenario in Hearts of Iron? Because 1939, it's like a quick way to get into the game. The war's already started, so you can just play a quick World War II, make it a one-session thing. Probably good for multiplayer, right? What percentage do you think plays? It's less than 1%. I think it was like 0.2% or something. So they did all the work setting up the scenario, making all the DLCs compatible, setting up all the data, all the division counts, all the populations, everything you need, and less than 1% of players touch it. And in EU4, it's the same exact thing. They did start dates for every day and year across 400 years, and no one touches it. I've set 175 hours and I never done the Rise of Frederick. That's exactly right. Like, there's so many modes. That mode took us a month of work. So imagine that month went to something else. So there's just so many cases where, like, having a really focused, clear design is better than sometimes adding in these like gimmick features. Alright, I'm gonna hold here. They shouldn't defend with Sebeski. It may defend if it has a large artillery advantage. I mean, they only have a 2 artillery advantage, right? So they should not defend. These guys are at 200 accuracy. Have you guys ever seen 200 accuracy? Christ. I'll move them up. Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite maps because it's so easy to defend on. Yeah, give them rifles. That's not a bad idea. I'm gonna hold fire. Yeah, Rise of Frederick was meant as a tutorial. Oh, I did that thing where I told them to hold fire as they fired and it killed the volley. Which is a really annoying glitch. Alright, let's see what you guys can do. Alright, we lost 83. How much will we deal back? Come on, guys. 195. Okay, it's not as extreme. Wow, how come sometimes it's so extreme and other times it's not? I mean, in this case, they have a lot of cover, right? But, like... I feel like... Oh my gosh, even these dudes, because of the buckshot rounds, have 137 accuracy. Oh my gosh. Look at these dudes getting chewed apart. In the previous game, they would normally, or in the previous update, they would have shattered by now. But we limited the amount of morale damage you can deal at once. So if you do try damage stacking, look, they'll still retreat. But if you try these ridiculous attacks, they're a little harder to break. Just for balancing reasons. I think you can only deal like 16 morale damage in one volley, which is still a ton, and you still do the HP damage, but you can't just insta-shatter on one hit. And also, to be fair, I only have one of these units that's, or I guess 2 of these units that's doing that much damage, and look how small this guy is. My cannon, I just leave them behind. He's primarily there to prevent the enemy from being defensive. He's not really that effective himself. But yeah, I'm playing in the quality, so I get why I'm doing that much damage. It is still ridiculous, though. I think I'll actually fall them back, because they're losing too many men. And they take so long to replenish. Alright, they're actually curling around my flanks now. Artillery's doing pretty good, 192, and they just set up. So I got the artillery like up and operational. It's pretty effective now. I'll time this shot to knock out the... cavalry that's charging in. They should slow down in that river. Oh man, it's brutal. Yeah, the sanitary conditions definitely would have been helpful because the replenishment's really hurting me. Oh, they're just chewing through them, these purple hussars. Done. Yeah, this might be like the most overpowered. Do you guys reach this level of overpowered often? Because this is just like, feels... I guess it's not that bad because like, I'm still suffering losses and stuff, but gosh, this is like really powerful. Depends on the army I run for Prussia and Austria, yeah. It's still fun, to be fair. But yeah, it's a little too powerful. I feel like the high tier items should get pushed down a little bit, and the low tier items should get pushed up a little bit. You know what I mean? This because the basic items are so skippable and the excellent items are too overpowered. So I feel like the excellent tier, like if it was, you know, +4, +8, actually, you know, yeah, +12. I think it should be more like +6, +8, +10. Like I think I should bring everything a little closer to make the basic items. Let's say that's the basic tier. I should bring that up a little bit, and this is the excellent tier, and just bring that slightly down. Didn't you just do that? I did not do it. I said that I would, but I never got around to it. Do you mean in a previous stream? In a previous stream, I floated the idea around, but I just never implemented it. Because I decided to save the item stuff for the next update, not this one. Min-max nerf. Yeah, a little bit. It just feels a little too powerful. Like, I just think the stats shouldn't get quite as high. Because you can just stomp over things. I think you making the item slots more expensive ruin the aptitude to use the low tier items more. Yeah. Yeah, I think if the low tier items were just a little bit better, it would help fix that. Because if some low tier items are like a +2, and then you have some excellent tier that's like a +12, you're just ignoring the +2. Like, what is the actual noticeable difference? It's so minor. My army is getting really bruised up after each battle. It's taking me a while to replenish. That's my biggest issue right now. I'm gonna go to Memmingen and grab food. Then annoyingly, I'm probably gonna meet that army there that I don't want to fight. There, I got a whole bunch of resources. Probably didn't need to buy the manpower. I could buy an extra British foot unit. How big is the Hanoverian foot? Are they larger? 1,400 men. Yeah, I'll get the Hanoverian because they're going to be a little bigger. And then I might as well get a recruit to round out and just have 3 brigades. And now I don't have to buy any more units the rest of the game. This guy needs an upgrade bad. Yeah, that's good. I don't want to fight those guys. I just have no interest. I'd rather kill that patrol or kill the encamped army. But then again, I have this. I guess if I go to the encamped army, I don't have enough time to kill these encamped armies, I feel. I did one last region and only one this region, which isn't so bad. It's also like my army is so small that I get beat up too easily. If I had a bigger army, like an extra brigade, I could probably afford the losses. And everybody's at foot guard tier, so they all take a really long time to replenish. So I think that's probably just an inherent downside of the playstyle that I'm going for, that I can't grind as many doctrines as I want. So I'll sit back. Yeah, the 30% casualty replenishment is tough. And he's over there. I'm still replenishing these. Yeah, I mean, they're really good, but they take a long time to replenish, so fair enough. Makes sense. Bring these guys down the main tree. I could get a Jaeger unit to put in front of the infantry to kind of skirmish. I wouldn't mind that. The thing about it, lucky number, though, I do like having the foot guards. I'm only getting 17 troops a day. Buy the casualty salad and swap it for your smokes when you enter combat? How do you do that? Because the casualty restoration only works after battles. It doesn't work passively. I'm trying to look for where I have it equipped. I thought I had one. Like this one, casualty restored 35%. That doesn't work on passive replenishment. 17 a day does sound too slow, doesn't it? Yeah, it does not help with replenishment. It restores casualties after battles. It negates some of the losses you take from battles. But I feel like 17 is too slow. What do you think? The negative modifier should go down to minus 25%, or the base value should go up for all players? But I feel like in the vanilla, it's not that bad, right? If you're not playing with modifiers, it's barely noticeable. But the modifiers slow it to a crawl. So I think this should probably just go to 25%, right? Maybe the base value could go up by 5% as well. Why don't we just give this 5%? So it's 25%, and then go to the base value if I wasn't playing on hard, and make that also 5%. So the total amount saved would be 10%. And that would make this better. But this is too slow. You can drill to negate it. You get a 50% replenishment speed buff. So look, you can negate some of that. But it's still insanely slow. So this is the Act 2 finale. A full rack of artillery. Saxon artillery. All iron guns, though, luckily. Double Tartar cavalry. They're a little tough. A Bavarian artillery. That is tough with a Geschwindstück. Tons of Bavarian troops and a hussar. Lots of these grenadiers. Yeah, this is a tough composition. With extra accuracy on everything. With 20% extra morale damage dealt. Now, I have tons of morale, so I don't care about that. And they're going to suffer extra morale damage. So this could be brutal. If anyone's played this, is it possible to get to the level of devastation that some of those volleys are in the default branch, or is this new to the beta? Because I don't remember doing this in the default, but I don't play Britain very much at all. I usually play as the French. So I never get the accuracy this high. Big flat field map with tons of artillery. Army is unlikely to be aggressive, so it will defend. So they're definitely going to be defensive. Damn. Yeah, I'm in trouble. We'll have the Jaegers attract all the fire with the Lamolets behind them. And then everyone else will be behind that. Did Granby die? Yeah, Granby did die. So he's going to go to that. They're going to run up with them. I'm going to run them in column. And I want these guys to attract all the fire. In my beta run, I kind of threw away all accuracy since I'm playing with Tula and doing Human Wave. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to make sure I didn't change something that made it a little too strong. But again, in fairness, I only have 3 brigades at pretty much the end of the game. So I am playing into like really high quality, but very low quantity. You reload max. Reloading maxing got buffed in this update in the beta branch. I made the reload stat more effective. There we go. Look at all the artillery fire being attracted. They don't want to do that. They want to target him. The HRE should be much stronger. I'm excited to play as them because the mustering is massively buffed, and all the morale, the morale of all Imperial units went up by 5, and the mustering is even better. So they should be in a better spot now. Okay, at least the enemy's kind of coming to meet me a little bit. I got a 9 vet Militz Act 1 from mustering. How did that happen? You had 4 brigades open? In Act 1? What do you mean? It's 2 veterancy per brigade, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So you can technically get a 10 veterancy recruit in Act 3. If it is on beta, you would have only got 6 veterancy, not 9. Oh, unit professionalism? Does it stack with the mustering? Are you sure? Or are you lying? I don't think it stacks with unit professionalism. Oh, by the way, I meant to ask, did you guys think I should remove this from the HRE or just make the lines a little less... I should make the lines a little less long, honestly. And just let them use it. What do you think? The 2 options are to not let the HRE use this doctrine because it spreads their troops out too wide, because the doctrine focuses on firepower, so I have the AI form 3 rows of men, as the player would. In terms of the Saxons, it's fine, but if they deploy any Imperial troops, they're really, really wide, so I could prevent them from using this, along with Bland and Frederick, because all 3 of those doctrines use the really wide lines. Or I just make it so Bland, Maurice, and Frederick use the same line width as all the other doctrines and make them denser formations, but then they can use them. It can stack with a doctrine. Yeah, that's nuts, because if you had 5 brigades open, they're gonna get 10 veterancy plus whatever the extra amount is. So yeah, that's gonna be nuts. I'll go with the thicker lines if you guys prefer the variety. It's just a shame because I liked seeing like the English and the Prussian doctrine have historically accurate line widths like this. Whereas when I change it, they're going to be basically forming this kind of formation instead, which is less useful when it comes to dealing accuracy. So I don't know. I'll just put it down as a note to make a decision tomorrow. I'm sort of undecided on that. Can you not change it per faction? Unfortunately, I can't, no. It has to do with the personality. So they're dealing higher morale damage. That's why my morale is kind of shattering in the middle, but I also deal higher morale too. Oh, these guys did pretty good. 175 kills right there. Yeah, my artillery is doing great now. They're going to try to charge. to fire. I'm gonna let them just get melted. Fuck it. Oh, no. They broke my guys and then they fell back. That's interesting. That is very interesting they did that. They broke my skirmishers and said, alright, we'll go back and recover. By the way, I have debug on because I'm on Unity, so I can actually see where they're moving. You guys can't do that, but instead of pushing and just getting wiped up by my grenadiers, they fell back. Which looked stupid at first, but now seems smarter. I mean, the only stupid part is my artillery is going to hit them in the back now, but it's smart. They're going to be preserved. They would have all died if they had kept pushing. That is, I've never seen them do that before. That's interesting. You know why that happened? Here's a little trick that you guys don't know about. Aha. Do you see these lines? These are invisible lines that the AI uses as its own objective it needs to defend when it's using the defensive personality. And it only happens to a few personalities that are allowed to use it. Do you see this thing that says turtle stance? Allowed. Oh, they had a retreat pop up? Did they really? No, my guys had a retreat pop up, not them. See, my guys retreated and fell back. They didn't, because look what happened. Turtle means they're going to draw these lines, and they can't use it. False, 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 false. True, true, true. So the only people who can use it are Maurice, Munich, and Downey. We're fighting Maurice. So Maurice is using this so-called turtle stance where they draw out a white line and a black line. Black line is the furthest they can extend to, but they try to stay within the white line. That's why they're all back here defending. See how he's using layered defensive positions? And so they pushed up, got too close to the black line, and then fell back within the white line position and actually decided to fall back to the hill. So that's why they did that, which is interesting. Once you inflict enough casualties, they delete that line and they'll just attack you like normal. But if they feel like they have an advantage, they're going to keep using this like hidden objective system to try to hold. But it only happens when Maurice and a few others will defend. If other personalities defend, like Sax, they don't do the lines. They just kind of hold a rough position, and if you push them, they'll get aggroed and they'll chase you. I'm using the Grenadiers as normal line troops because all their they have so much cav in the back. The Maurician, or the Nesuvian, yeah, the Maurician personality likes to keep all the cavalry in the back as well. That's a unique thing that they do. And this way, if you try to push their lines, they'll try to get you out of their box. So they're very stubborn about their defensive stance. But I'm going to try to move up. I want to fire, charge, and have these guys follow it up. They are using excellent Chevaux de Frise, which is going to negate the melee damage received by 90%, which got buffed. So charging the Chevaux de Frise is not as effective. Now, that being said, if you charge it and it goes away, then it no longer gets a buff, so you send the next guy in. So watch. They will charge in and get the buff removed so that my cavalry can go in. Let's see if it works. Yeah, look, they're not going to take like any damage here. Ready? They took no damage from that. Yeah. And then I'm going to push in the cavalry. So the emplacements are a lot more effective. But there we go. Once it's out, then you can push in. I'll have the Lamets gain a little experience. Knock them out. There we go. And I can't push to the artillery, but I can push this way. Nice. This purple hussar is very good. Oh shit. How can I get out of there? 129, 99. I can outrun them. Or can I? It looks like they're outrunning me, but my speed is higher. What the hell? Oh man, now this is... I'm screwed. Look, I'm gonna suffer tons of losses here. Okay. I need to move up and cover the retreat. They're gonna keep trying to push me. Get out of there. There we go. Fire, fire, fire. You can't see the muzzle flashes because they're off on Unity, unfortunately. That would have looked cool. The smoke and the muzzle flashes are turned off here. Nice. Those foot guards need to do rescuing. See, as overpowered as the foot guards are, they're losing in melee right now, so... Yeah, this battle feels pretty balanced. Like, this is enjoyable. And does not feel too hard. If anything, it's gotten a little easier than the Act 1 final battle. Oh, those Imperial Hussars are going to have a really rough time. Yeah, they're out. I pushed too far. No, I did not mean to do that. Oh man, all the cavalry's coming now. All this cav is coming. We gotta hold. Let the general move up. Damn, their artillery's kicking ass. Some of it is, some of it isn't. 40 kills there, but 682 there. This guy's gotta get out of there. There we go. I'm closing in on them. Do I have any cav left? I do, but there are officers attached, and I don't want to risk them. I gotta clear out that artillery. It's dangerous. Where's my, like, Campbell Highlanders? There they are. They can go fast. There we go, look at that. Flying. Getting hit by canister, though. There we go, keep getting in there. Just wipe him out. I'm just wiping... The officer's gonna die as well, right there. Done. One tapped. Nice. That was cool. This is an enjoyable run. I like this update better than the base game. I'm having more fun with it. I like that the battles aren't just, like, overly large and annoying. I feel like that wasn't much money from the plunder, but I did get a lot of loot from it. I got an extra 2 loot. Probably take the conscription for the restoration, because my restoration's so damn slow. I will re-roll until I get a casualty restoration thing. Oh, I can double stack the roast beef of England and get 30% morale. You can double stack going into Act 3, which is really cool. I think I'll re-roll this. Should I go with the super beef? I could go super beef. You want me to do that? Get the 30% infantry morale? Do I really need this much morale, though? Alright, we'll go with the super beef. There you go. 15% times 2. 500 beefs. Yeah. Item slot cost even more. Interesting. That's kind of cool. Because you can get... If you were playing the... subsidy troops, and you double stacked this, your item slots would be free, which is kind of cool. A restoration buff when you enter a new act. I don't think so. I don't think so, but you do get... If you take the middle option, you get the casualty restoration from it. And there's only 3 marauding armies now. You guys are going to see the marauders for the first time. Let's reroll until we get something good. Campaign visibility is not bad. Double unit professionalism with mustering. Well, I don't have mustering. Let's reroll again. Melee, I don't really care about. Campaign move speed's not bad. Force march, 10%. I'm going to go one more time. I'm looking for just something good here. 50% veterancy, I don't need. This isn't bad. Item cost at settlements, 15% discount to fill out the rest of my slots. Because look, I'm a bunch of empty slots there. So I could take that. I'm not opposed to that. The one thing that's not working here is Act 3 isn't using the correct... Actually, you know, it might be backwards. Hold on. This is save test. I may have put it in backwards, because watch it. I think if you start a new campaign, it's going to use my new mission types called rescue. No, it doesn't. Okay. I was wrong. It should be using the end game ones, and it's not. Because there's 2 new mission types that you have for the end game, but they're not appearing for whatever reason. So it's just a little bug to fix tomorrow. Oh, it resets my reroll. That's funny. Well, I might just abuse that. Don't mind if I do. Casualty restoration, 50% less attrition. 5% is not very good. I feel like I'm just not getting anything I want. This is the last reroll I'll do. Replenishment speed minus 20%. Awesome. I think this is okay. Casualty restored after battles 5% more and less attrition. And Schaumburg Lip artillery. I can pop in another artillery unit. Or I reroll one more time. Do I take one last reroll? Load save? No. I'm not gonna. Well, I could load the save. Yeah, I will. Save scumming. Dirty save scummer, man. But the rule is I can't re-roll then. Let's just take what we had originally. Let's do this one. So, this has the new army types. Here we are. Scorched Earth. Okay. We have got I don't see any Marauders. Fuck. Let me let a day pass. Is it not working? Well, luckily I made a save before I went in, so I might be able to fix it before the region generates. Yeah, where did my Marauders go, man? Where the hell did they go? Can you see them by default? Yes, you can see them through the Fog of War. But I can't see them now for some reason. I'm not sure why. Marauder count 300. So there should be 3. But I'm not getting the 3. The Act 3... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we could stop there. Because I gotta make dinner anyways. Yeah, well, we're gonna end it there. I'll fix it tomorrow. But thank you guys for joining. I think I'm all done. Because we just entered Act 3, but it's broken. So I'll fix it tomorrow. And yeah, but I'm liking the new beta so far. You can leave your feedback and stuff below. And